Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome into the second day of IEEE AGERS 2024 conference at Manado, 13 and 14 December 2024. For our session of today, we will have a panel speaker from 8:40 to 10 o'clock. The topic for this panel session is innovative trend in, the topic of today is global challenge in biodiversity conservation and natural resource management. Act as moderator, my name is Oni Bibin Bintoro, and the first speaker will be Misita Anwar, PhD, from Swinburne University, Australia. Her topic will be data-driven and algorithm technology for sustainability and ethical design perspective. Welcome, Ibu Misita. Okay. The second speaker is Tamir Salih, PhD, from Wuhan University, from China. The topic is intelligent assessment of damage from natural and man-made disaster using multi-source remote sensing data. Welcome, Tamir Saleh, PhD.
Thank you.
The third speaker is Professor Dr. Takeo Ito, Nagoya University, from Japan. The topic is estimation of crustal deformation structure in Southwest Japan using inelastic deformation inversion. Good morning, Professor Takeo Ito.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning. The fourth speaker is Dr. Wiske Rutin Sulu, SP, PhD, University Samratulangi, Indonesia. Her topic is spatial mapping of paddy field in South Minahasa Regency, North Sulawesi using GIS and remote sensing data. Welcome and selamat pagi, Bu Wiske.
Selamat pagi, good morning.
I just realized that all speakers came from university background, so I should call all the professor. So welcome the professor. So first speaker is Dr. Anwar, currently is lecturer in information system at Swinburne University and a young research fellow at Faculty of IT, Monash University, previously lecturer at Monash University, current and senior lecturer at State University Makassar. She offers proven track record of commended performance in teaching and research. Wow, there is also some of her long list in her CV. But I think I'm going to give a floor directly to Dr. Misita Anwar. So, Professor Misita Anwar, sorry, apologize. Professor Misita Anwar, floor is yours.
Thank you, Pani. Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be able to attend the conference today. And I would like to talk about something that I've been interested in lately, and it's based on experience of my teaching activities as well as a few grants that we receive around the topic. And one of the grant is from Google, grant of diversity and inclusive technology. So I'll share my screen. That we receive around the topic, and one of the grant is from Google. It seems that there is an echoing in the background. Hopefully you can hear me clearly.
It's okay.
All right. So yes, good morning. My presentation is titled Ethical Design of AI Technologies in Sustainability and Climate Actions. And in this session, I will explore an ethical by design framework by Beard and Longstaff to see how we can use that to guide the responsible development of AI technologies. And the goal here is to ensure that these technologies that we use to address climate challenges at the same time will uphold any ethical standards. So as we know, recent challenges, recent technological changes, it's especially AI, right? They have transformed every part of our life. It influences our decisions and the way we experience reality, and almost in every sector. People list this emerging technology amongst the most pressing ethical challenges they face. That's First of all, AI and data-driven technologies, they offer transformative opportunities to advance sustainability. These technologies can strengthen community resilience and support sustainable cultural practices. However, at the same time, the advancement of these technologies comes with significant risk. AI may amplify surveillance, increase inequalities, undermine vulnerable populations, as well as threaten privacy and social justice, as well as inclusivity. All right, so as I mentioned before, AI has become a powerful tool in addressing sustainability and climate actions. In terms of climate change, for example, AI has been used to optimize renewable energy grids. The AI algorithm can help manage and optimize energy grids by predicting fluctuations in solar and wind energy through things like real-time weather analysis. One example we can see is Google's DeepMind project, which reduced the energy consumptions in their data centers by 40% through predictive algorithms. Another application is around monitoring and preserving biodiversity. AI-powered tools like Wildbook, for example, they analyze images and videos to track wildlife population. And in certain part of the world, these technologies have prioritized conservation effort for endangered species like a giraffe and cheetahs. Another application is remote sensing for deforestation monitoring. So AI combined with satellite remote sensing identifies deforestation, illegal logging, as well as habitat destructions in near real time. And this significantly improved intervention in rainforests like the Amazon, right? So there are an ample of examples that we can see how AI can help with climate actions and sustainability. But there are also danger, as I mentioned before. The advancement of the technology comes with its significant risk. AI, for example, they are built on vast amount of energy. So each time we develop a model of AI, it comes at the cost of the planet. So this initiative here called Bloom, for example, it's training it's used as much energy for the whole 30 home for the year and emits 25 tons of carbon dioxide. And if you want to see an analogy of the use of this kind of energy, because the use of AI, it's like driving a car around the world 5 times so that someone can just ask, simple joke or other things to large language model. But the way companies they use this technology, they do not disclose or they never count the amount of carbon emissions as a result of their AI use. And we know the large language model ballooned in size in recent years. So a few example here we can see the risk is around the impact on climate change, increased surveillance, as well as bias and discrimination. So this is another initiatives that were developed to run in parallel with AI training to measure environmental impact and the amount of the amount of carbon emission these AI system release. What these kind of tools can help is to help us making decisions in terms of choosing the right AI technology. For example, that emits less carbon, or choosing to deploy this technology on a renewable energy. Another risk is increased surveillance. This project in India employ camera traps with AI for wildlife monitoring, but they also face criticism when indigenous communities reported increased surveillance of their activities. And what this impact on is some kind of distrust in conservation efforts, and it can underscore the risk of AI tools being perceived as invasive and marginalizing the local communities. Yet another example around bias and discriminations. This study revealed that AI-based deforestation monitoring systems can fail to distinguish between legal and illegal logging activities. And what this impacts on is on conflict with indigenous communities over traditional land use practices. So this lack of contextual understanding create tensions and may delay a lot of actions around, a lot of critical actions around conservation. So this brings us to the questions, right? Now, how do we see this technology in light of what it can provide, as well as the risk that it may exacerbate? AI use a large data, which can compromise privacy, for example, and the issue is who has access to that data and how it is being used, as well as who should be responsible in creating this technology. So AI ethics talks about the need for ethical considerations, looking at ethical challenges like ethical bias, privacy, transparency, and accountability, and at the same time provide AI ethical guidelines around fairness, safeguarding privacy, as well as transparency. And this has been a there has been a massive attention to this, in particular around explainable AI. So what this framework, ethical framework by design, by Beard and Longstaff, is to see how do we ensure that technology we create is a force of good. How do we protect the most vulnerable, and how do we avoid the risk, the inherent risk in a belief that, we are making unlimited progress just for the sake of progress. But before we start looking at this issue, we need to start from the ethics itself. The idea is whatever choice we make, we could have done otherwise if we'd chosen differently. So the Danish philosopher Søren Kierkegaard captured this sense when he described anxiety of someone standing on the edge of a cliff. For example, it's not only fear of heights that worries us, but the only thing that prevents that someone from falling into the void is ourselves. So Often we describe the world, what is likely to happen and what might happen or what will happen. So ethics allows us to judge the world. What should happen? Of all the ways we may act, which one is the best? And you can only answer the question if you bother to ask in the first place. It can be more comfortable, right? To be safe and just to do whatever people has been doing. But ethics asks us uh, to see within ourselves and a responsibility for our own beliefs and actions. So this is where the background of ethical framework that Beard and Longstaff propose. So ethics allows us to pursue excellence, but lying beneath the surface of all such judgment is the fundamental belief on what is good, what is right? So it's a matter of judgment. So ethics direct us to the choice to see what is good, what is right, and what is consistent with the purpose. So in looking at ethics framework, primary ethical questions is, first of all, the fact that someone has to make a technological artifacts means that they should bear the initial responsibility. The second, the way we use artifacts to engage with the world, understanding this means that ethics of technological artifacts is how to engage with the world and the effect they may have. But there is also the unintended effects, which is the failure. We don't know how, we don't know for sure to foresee there are different ways of using an artifact, and this can be both for good, or it could also be for evil or ill. So uncertainty around this effect of technology is for that existing one ignores and fail to address this concern, we must deem that as ethically inadequate. So what Beard and Longstaff did was to propose ethical by design framework, and it's built on these 8 principles. And the governing principles is to ask, when interacting with technology, we must first ask, why do we want to create this in the first place? So before considering whether something can be built, we need to reflect on the purpose and impact in developing it. One very popular one, for example, the Jurassic Park example, these where the actor, Ian Malcolm, sort of contemplates the technological feat of resurrecting dinosaurs. So what he was saying, like, your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they didn't stop to think if they should. Sorry, Pani?
I think before is I lost your voice for a second. But
all right.
Please, we have only 2 minutes left.
All right, so I'll go very fast with the 8 principles here. First of all, instrumentalism. What it says is that lots of things appear to us only as tools, but human should not be used as tools. They have to benefit the human, not for human to use as tool. The second principle is self-determinations, and this is about empowering communities. So, for example, AI tools that predict floods, they can enhance community resilience, but these should also train local community on mitigation strategies, enabling them to take informed action. Responsibility, these principles is about anticipating unintended consequences. So, for example, in agriculture, by incorporating safeguards, promoting crop rotations, these should also be accompanied by looking at the impact on biodiversity and develop appropriate protocol for it. The next principle is that benefit. Basically, with these principles is that if we want the technology to build to make positive contribution, then ethical design approach means that we have to explore if there are any potential for negative impact, whereas fairness is about thinking that technology carries biases. So fairness requires us to present justifications for any differences in the way our design treats different users. And accessibility, yeah, it means that technology must be designed in such a way that any person with right and need to use it may do so without any difficulties. And last but not least, is purpose. When we design a technology to solve problems for people, we have to design it with honesty, clarity, and fitness of purpose. Because the one thing then, if we are not paying attention to this, we can become the product of the technology. A very popular example used for this is Facebook. And to think that if you are not paying, then you are the product, not the customer. And this goes hand in hand with tech giants, commercializations, technologies. So that's very briefly the 8 principles of ethical by design, and the main essence of this presentation is when we look at developing AI-based geosciences, remote sensing, the technologies for sustainability and climate actions, we have to stop a little bit to think about whether that development of technologies are ethically sound and designed with ethical principles in mind. So
Thank you.
hopefully
Thank
this
you.
has been a useful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Misita Anwar. You start with the explanation of the AI for sustainability, and then you give a story on how LLM use a lot of energy.
Yeah.
And then you stop by inserting the idea of ethics, that to make a best action or should what we're doing it's correct. Then you also give a story or metaphoric story on what's that, the dinosaurus story, the
The
dinosaurs,
Jurassic
Jurassic
Park.
Park,
Yeah.
yes. So Jurassic Park. So ethic basically should hinder the destruction of humanity, but at the same time should not hinder the development of the society or civilization.
Yeah.
And I will ask you the last sentence of that, your response. Because what your story is also danger reminder. I know it's ethical AI currently is the hot issue, but then at the same time, what should not hinder? At the same time, there is a pro and con, but what is the other side of the coin? That's what I want to hear from you now.
Right. Yes. Remember when I said we are thinking that our progress should not be limited with the technologies we have at hands. But I think there should be a balance between pursuing technological development with humanities, the preservation of humanities. And I think something like ethical frameworks can help us in letting the technological development to progress, at the same time being mindful, be careful of what it may impact and what kind of unintended consequences there are. So I think it's a way to create this balance between progress and humanity.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Misita Anwar from Swinburne University. Applause to her.
Thank you. Thank you so much
Thank you.
for having me.
So the next speaker, I know some people raise the question, but I don't think we have a time. Professor Ilham Alimuddin, I will question I will for the last part of the session. So the second speaker is Professor
It's okay,
Tamir.
Pak Oni. It's okay, Pak Oni. I will leave the questions later.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Pak. The second speaker is Professor Tamir Saleh, PhD from Wuhan University, and he will talk about intelligent assessment of damage from natural and man-made disaster using multi-source remote sensing data. Dr. Tamir Saleh.
Okay, thank you. You can hear me?
Yes.
And see my screen as well clearly?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's
I
good.
cannot see your video, but I can see your presentation.
Oh, okay.
Your video, your
Video.
picture.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, now is okay?
Yeah, it's okay now. Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning to everyone.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Uh, to joining this amazing conference actually. And first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Muhammad Iqbal for this opportunity and giving me to share my work for this conference, and also excited to gratitude the organizers for this such event in IEEE. So today, inshallah, I will present my topic about intelligent assessment of damage from natural and man-made disasters using multi-source remote sensing data. In this presentation, I will show how combining multi-source data and AI technology can help tackle major challenges like floods, hurricanes, or damages from conflicts or wars, while also supporting the sustainable use of our natural disasters. So this is my today agenda. Let's move forward for a brief intro first about disasters. Disasters significantly impact lives, ecosystems, and economies. And so we need required external support for recovery. For example, here damaged buildings caused by earthquakes or floods or broken dams, or also from wars. And this is some statistics about global disasters. For example, climate change is making extreme weather events more increase. So between 2025, 1995 and 2019, disasters caused $3.7 trillion dollars in damage, and more than 1.5 million deaths, and 90 people were displaced according to the MDATE. And also here, as you can see in left figure, in 2004 tsunami and 2010 earthquake also have significant death and damage. And also in the right figure, as you can see, the number of recorded natural disasters events between 1900 and 2024 in different kind of disasters, for example, floods or droughts or earthquakes or world fires. So our objective is utilize remote sensing, multi-source remote sensing and AI for precise assessment and sustainable solutions. So let's move forward to the role of remote sensing in disaster assessment. As you can see here, we can collect data for disasters from different sources. For example, here from social media, we can use share the photos on social media like Facebook or Twitter, as you can see here, for damaged buildings by earthquakes. But this data, the coverage area is limited. So the best choice is to use remote sensing data, for example, satellite imagery, such as synthetic aperture radar or optical data. The advantage of this technology is freely available and also coverage wide area around the world and can monitoring the disasters. And this is an example of UAV and very high resolution satellite imagery. The first image is flooding in Derna in Libya in 2023. As you can see here, this is a highway totally destroyed by the flood and also broken dam in the other side. And in the right image, you can see also this is the 2023 earthquake in Turkey. And the buildings here is also totally destroyed. So we need to use this kind of technology to monitor and assess the damages. So before that, I want to talk briefly about intelligent damage assessment framework. This framework consists of four components. As you can see here, the first data collection, as I mentioned before, we can use any kind of data. After that, pre-processing. In pre-processing step, we need to clean, to align, to prepare the data before use for AI-based models. And then we can use any different techniques, for example, deep learning or machine learning algorithms to classify or T-segment or change detection to solve change detection problems. And finally, validate the result based on the labeled data. So this is an example. I can show you here our recent paper published in IEEE Geoscience and Remote Sensing Letters about network FDNet model for building change detection from satellite imagery. And you can see here just input two images before the event and after the event, and finally we can get the output about the changes of buildings. Of course, all details you can find here in this paper. Because the time is limited, I will go faster. The second network published in this year is about DAMNet. DAMNet is mainly designed for flood detection monitoring before a flood and post-flood. This is the input image, and this network consists of four stages, as you can see here. And finally, we can detect the affected area by the flood. And this work published in ISPRS Journal of Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing. Another network also published in IEEE Transactions, Geoscience, and Remote Sensing is about lightweight network based on transformer. It's called LIS-net. And another also network, same format based on vision transformers. Both can detect a flooded area, any flooded area, whatever is urban area or agriculture areas as a flooded area. For damage war in this, recently we published a paper about time series satellite remote sensing for Gaza Strip. And here we designed a model to detect buildings and also classify the different level of damage of buildings. And also this model can detect the craters based on the from satellite imagery. So now I will give you some examples about global disasters we already did recently. The first one is, first example is ship detection. As we know, before in 2021, the Evergreen is stopped and stuck in the Suez Canal, the Egyptian canal. And this is closed. This accident closed the canal for 6 days. So here we developed the CNN-based framework to detect ships from high resolution Cosmos sky medsar imagery, and this work already published here in this Geospatial Week ISPRS conference. The second one, as I mentioned before, FDNet model in this paper. We have two innovations here. The first is we created a new data set for several regions in Egypt for building change detection, and this is the first time for Egypt to have data set for building change detection. And also, as I mentioned, we designed a network to detect changes, and our model give better performance compared with the state of the art. And another one is a dam net. For this dam net, we have created a large scale data set for flood from synthetic aperture radar imagery. This data set includes 46 events from around the world, as you can see here in the map. And you can use this data set. You can scan this QR, and you can download this data set. And also we designed the dam net, as I mentioned, and the F1 score is higher compared with the state of the art. And also this is the test area. We tested the model in two different places, in Nebraska and also in Iran, and this is the final result of flooded area, as you can see here. This is another example of another model list net. As you can see here, also our model, the performance is nearly near to ground truth because it is the false alarm and false positives and false negative is less than compared with the other state of the art. And also this is some results about this papers. All details you can find in the paper, as I mentioned here. This is also the relation between performance. Our method here is give us good performance with also less parameters. And this is another model for same formal published in International Journal of Applied Earth Observations and Geoinformation. Also, this paper focused on the flooded area in Africa, specifically in Sudan. As you can see here around the Nile River, we can find the flooded area in agriculture areas here and also in urban areas here. For damage assessment of Gaza, this image, as you can see here, this is a part of Rafah, is a neighbor of Egyptian border. As you can see here, the buildings, all buildings here, totally destroyed, as you can see here. So we need to detect these information for humanitarian and also for future recovery. So here in this paper, first we developed a model to detect missile craters. As you can see here, not only the number of craters but also the size of craters, and also the location, the coordinate system for every craters from satellite imagery. So from October 2023 until to March 2, 2024, we find more than 3,700 missile craters with different sizes have been detected. And also our model can detect the damage of different types of buildings, such as schools, universities, hospitals, and places of worship. The full paper you can download from here. This is an example of Indonesia hospital in North Gaza. As you can see here, this is a mosque, this is a masjid. As you can see here, is totally destroyed in the front of this Indonesia hospital. And also you can see here this big towers, big buildings totally also destroyed, as you can see here. So our model defined and detect damage of buildings based on time series change detection. For 5 provinces of Gaza Strip, and we find more than 58% damage. Damaged buildings in the whole Gaza Strip. And this is the trend analysis from October 2023 to March 2024 for 5 provinces in Gaza with different kind of levels. For example, we have 5 different levels here: no damage, or minor damage, or moderate, or major damage, or totally destroyed, as you can see here. This is also an example of North Gaza. This is a North Gaza, all detected buildings by our model. Also, we identified the affected agriculture areas in Gaza. As you can see here, more than 34% affected by the conflict in this area. So this is I want to give some challenges and the future direction. Monitoring building damages and the map challenges with satellite imagery actually is a challenging task. For example, if we have satellite imagery like Sentinel-2 is 10 meters, so 10 meter is limited to identify the different level of building is compared with the high resolution of satellite imagery like LOJA 3 satellite 65 centimeter. Of course, the complexity here is the cost and availability of this data set. This is another challenge. Another one is to identify the different level of damage as a label for training before enter the AI or deep learning models. As you can see here, this is before the conflict and this is the after the conflict, and is difficult to identify the different level of damages. So here I want to give some examples in Indonesia for future cooperation together. As you can see here, yeah, actually, Indonesia is a beautiful country. However, it faces some significant disasters, like as you can see here, landslide that occurred in a residential area in Manado City, North Sulawesi on January 2024, and also floods due to heavy rains in Badan, West Sumatra province, also in March this year. Another case, as you can see here, a significant landslide in a mine at Arayan in Tuka Tindon gold mining area in also in April 2024. This is before and after, as you can see here. So this is very good examples in Indonesia. We can together collaborate in the future to find some solution by AI to help and give decision makers a very good solution. So at the end, I want to conclude this presentation by three words. The first one is three sentences. The first one is we need to work toward achieving spatio-temporal intelligence that spans the sky, land, and sea, making it accessible and useful in every domain. The second one is we should boldly push the boundaries of surveying and mapping, integrating it with spatio-temporal intelligence to meet modern needs and the challenges. And the last one is by accelerating the adoption of AI-powered service for communications and remote sensing, together we can create innovative industries and also a significant advance in productivity and the quality of life. I want to take this moment to demonstrate my gratitude to organizations, institutions, and or individuals to support my work. For example, Wuhan University and my university in Cairo, and also collaborative with different agencies like Italian Space Agency and German Space Agency for providing such kind of data set. And also this is the last Geospatial Week. It is my honor to receive as a best workshop paper award about our model for flood detection in this conference. So that is all of my
Thank you.
today presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Tamir Saleh from Wuhan University in China. I will follow up the question from your conclusion.
Yeah.
The third conclusion of you, it's about the role of AI. So my question on role of AI, what role of the artificial intelligence and machine learning play in automating the assessment of disaster-related damage? I know some of your research didn't do super visual classification, the typical remote sensing people that do, because the area is so big and in different country. So that's the questions, the supervised classification, and how can this technology be scaled for use in disaster-prone region with limited technical resources?
Yes, this is a good question. Thank you. First of all, supervised classification, of course, we know is very good to give us very good result, but it depends on the labeled data. The problem here for supervised classification to have labeled data for big areas. So in artificial intelligence, this can be solved. For example, we can design unsupervised learning model, and we can incorporate some label data into the AI models to improve the accuracy, and also for generalization. It can be work in any place around the world. As I mentioned, we developed a different kind of AI based on supervised learning. For example, in building change detection, we labeled a big data set. Of course, this take a lot of time, but now we have AI technology. For example, foundation models can be used to give us information about any places around the world, compared with, of course, supervised learning, and also can give very good accuracy and also reliability in real field applications. I hope you got my...
Yes, Professor Tamir Saleh, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Please give applause to Professor Tamir Saleh.
Thank you.
And next, we will continue. Pak Ilham, all the question will be at the end of the presentation. Sorry, I just saw your raised hand because we
Okay, I'll share
have
that later.
yeah. The next presenter is Professor Takio Ito from Nagoya University, and Professor Takio Ito will give presentation on. I have to read the title. The estimation of crustal deformation structure in Southwest Japan using inelastic deformation inversion. Okay. Professor Dr. Takio Ito, floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes. I can see
Okay.
your slide. I can see your...
Okay.
Yep.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
My name is Takeo Ito, belong to the Nagoya University. Today, I will talk about the estimation of the crustal deformation structure in Southwest Japan using the inelastic deformation inversion. So this is concept image of the left-hand side panel. So we know the surface deformation is using satellite, such as GNSS satellites. So earthquake occurred in the inside crust. So it's usually difficult to see the inside crust. So we try to estimate to the inside crust to the stress distribution, right? So previous presentation just only use the surface, but I estimate to the inside the crust, right? So this is right side panel. So left-hand side panel is a kind of the result, final result. So this is depth at the 10 kilometer depth to the maximum shear strain distribution using the GNSS observation. So we try to explain this concept of the concept. At first, we try to estimate to explain the rheology model. Rheology model describes the deformation behavior in the rock. So right panel shows that strength profile of the continent's lithosphere. So shallow part is a ductile crust. So it means the ductile strength of the upper crust is in the depths, more the deeper area, its strength is strong. So, but around 10 or 15 kilometer depths, more deeper area is more weaker. So it means the ductile, brittle ductile transitions occurred. So usually this lower crust is more weak. So this effect is due to the temperature. So depth increase and the depth increase and the temperature is high, more high temperature. So it means weaker. So after more deeper area, it's a kind of the upper mantle. So it means a change on the material. So this is more stronger. So this is the geology model. So by the way, we usually we describe the cluster deformation using the block motion model. The block motion model just only use the elastic deformation and rigid motion. So rigid block motion means just not to undeformable. So but and also we contain that this model is fault behavior and related motions. So this is a kinematic motion model. So usually we evaluate the seismic potential using this model. So, but in actually, its crust is have a rheology. So, but this model is not considered the rheology. So we want to combine to the two model. So its elastic layer is available to the shallow part, and below the elastic layer, we assume the inelastic layer. So we try to make this model. So it's relationship between the rheology model and the block motion model. So this one is it's possible to combine. So because rheology model focus on the mechanical property and deformation mechanism within material, and but block motion model describes the kinematic large-scale cluster movement. So it means the rheology model is more focused on the narrow part, and the block motion model is more wider part. So it's possible to complementary roles. And also, it's different aspect of the cluster deformation. So already explained the narrow and wider. And you can see that these figures, so this already know that this profile of the strength of the cluster. So this corresponds to this depth layer. So ductile crust corresponds to the elastic layer, and also quartz from low, it's around 30 and 20 and 40 kilometer depth and inelastic layer. It's also is we make this kind of model. It's possible to explain the rheology. So so we can combine the two models. So this advantage of the combine both model. So one advantage of the block motion model needs to the definition of the fault location, fault position. So because we make the blocks, so and then define the size of the blocks, the location, and the fault location should be designed in the model. But rheology model not need to the exactly position of the fault, not require the predefined defined the fault location. So this is very large advantage of the combined both model. Analysis in the region without no fault. So it means that we can possible to consider to the unknown fault. So big advantage of this model. And also linking the large scale and local dynamics. So it's large scale is covered to the block motion model, but it's difficult to consider to the local deformation. But a rheology model is considered to the local deformation. So I try to make the GNSS-based inelastic strain model. So how to success to this model? So we use to this green function, displacement and stress associated with the distribution and elastic deformation in half space. Half space means that in elastic material. So, but this you can see that this square means the inelastic location. Oops. So this one is a kind of the green function. This one is inelastic location in this inside the square. So it's deformed. So we can calculate the surface deformation. So it means that this three-dimensional inelastic rheology model is possible to make incorporate the model. So this is application example to the Kumamoto earthquake. So this is very surprised this study. So because this study demonstrated using the geodetic data image to the spatial distribution of transit viscosity and deformation in the lower crust. So usually we can observe the surface deformation, but this study is focused on the deformation in the rock crust. So, but this one is target is following the 2016 Kumamoto earthquake. So it means that a kind of the coseismic and post-seismic deformation, right? So, but my study is focused on the not coseismic, it's interseismic period. So it means that not occurred with the deformation. It's a more stable period of the deformation. So concept of a GNSS-based inelastic strain model. So with memory model, it's more developed to the GNSS-based inelastic strain model. So brittle crust in the elastic layer corresponds to elastic layer. Ductile crust in the inelastic layer, right? So we describe the inelastic layer. It's a kind of make a block to many blocks. So you can see the previous slide, it's many blocks. So it's same as this small block. Its size actually we adapt to the 10 kilometer, 10 kilometer, 10 kilometer blocks. And then this is, we focus on just only one blocks. So we can calculate the green function to this kind of the G. So its G means the response function from the material M to the surface. It means the D. D means the data set. So this is observation equation, right? D equals GM. G means green function. M means the block. It means the strain tensor. The actual component is a strain tensor. So it's the 6 components of our block. D means surface deformation, but we convert to the strain at the surface. So it means that this inversion is strain to the strain on the surface, the strain distribution at the underground. So it means that a very straightforward to the strain to strain. It's what it usually it's waveform inversion, a kind of inversion means deformation at surface estimate to the source of the stress. So it means the need some conversion, but this one is very straightforward. It's easier. So, but in this case, it's M means the block is too many blocks. So it means difficult to using the direct for to the least square method because the unknown parameter is too large. So in our approach, using the minimum norm solution in least squares. So this is very useful for the estimate the solution. Yeah. So this is using synthetic data, tested using synthetic data. This is a kind of the pair. So this is synthetic data. So it's we assume the center of the red area. It's assumed to the fault. So this blue arrow means that deformation at surface. This is system data. So we try to using this data, it's estimate the underground storage. So at first we convert to the storage on the surface using this previous data. So and estimate to the storage map underground. This is the 20 kilometer depth map. So you can see the around the center is estimate to the storage accumulation, storage narrow storage area is available. So it means that this inversion not assumes the fault location. So directly estimate data from the fault location. It's important. So because in actually more complex to the data, but this test is success to the estimate of fault location. So application for the GNSS data in real data in Southwest Japan. So Southwest Japan, in Japan is available GeoNet. GeoNet have a total is 1,300 sites available in the whole of Japan. So now it's over focus on the Southwest Japan. So this one is the result of this Kimura et al. 2019. It's using applied to the block motion model. So usually this model is divided several blocks and estimate each block motion and the relationship between the block effect and then fault behavior, something else. So, but it needs the definition of the blocks. So our model is not need this definition. So using this GNSS data. So original GNSS data is more wider area. This is Japan area, also include about far on the Philippine Sea plate and the small island also available. So, but now we did not need the far area. So it's more focused on the Japan area, on the land. Not to, so it means that without Ogasawara small island and the GPS acoustic data is on the seafloor, so it's removed this one. So and also it's a short distance between GNS site. So we select the 765 GNS sites, and then this small red circle means a block. So we set up to the block at this number. So a block size is 10 kilometer, 10 kilometer, 10 kilometer. Depth is 10 kilometer. So we distribute this block. And also to combine into the storage. Storage means connect to each GPS site. So it means that in the finally, we're using the block on the R layer is around the 10,000. So total unknown parameter is 500,000, around 500,000 point unknown parameters. That because block to estimate the 6 parameters, 6 unknown. So between the 6 components of the storage. Okay, next is the result of the maximum shear strength distribution. This left-hand side panel shows the depth of the 10 kilometer depth slice. So red line are active fault, red line. So you can see that very consistent of the corresponds to the active fault and red area. Red area means the maximum shear strain is increased, it's more high maximum shear strain. So you can see the NKTZ and FTL is available here. So this one is a major tectonic line and tectonic zone. So of course, GNSS is easy to see the medium tectonic line and Niigata Kobe tectonic zone, but we are well known the depth distribution of the storage. So left-hand side panel shows the depth dependence of the profile. So A and A dash means the top of the panel. B and also C and D profiles are available here. So you can see the profile is center of panel means the strength of the class. So this is a continental case of the typical depth distribution. But this tectonic zone area is more shallower. So it means that this strength of the continental type of the profile means the peak of strength at the around 10 kilometers. But Niigata Kobe tectonic zone is more shallower. That means weak because this one is large inelastic deformation is occur. It means that deformation occur means weak. So it's been very shallower. It's focused more shallower area is weak. Very different to the continental type. And also, around 40 kilometer depth is more, this character is known. So it means around 40 kilometer, it's almost to the upper mantle. So upper mantle means the change of the material. So its strength is more stronger. So it means that it's difficult to deform. So it's consists of each other. So, but these regional variations are available with the ductile depths. For example, Niigata Kobe tectonic zone north. North means near the A dash. It's more shallower. But the southern part of the Niigata Kobe tectonic zone around B is more deeper, and MTL is almost more shallower. So it means that this strength of the class is available, the regional variation. And also volumetric strain distribution. This one is relative to the shear strain map to the not so large characteristic, not large characteristics. So small characteristics, because it's difficult to see the correspond to the active fault. So it's, of course, it's available. The counteraction, the extensionary feature is available, but not directly compared with each other. And also, it's depth dependent. It's not so large depth dependent is available. So course, usually you can image of the crust. So in the crust, it's weak. The zone means almost melting occurred. Melting is a kind of the liquid. Liquid is easier to the occur shear strain because the liquid is easier to share. But to volumetric strain means compressional and exponential, extensional. So it means a compression means difficult relative to the liquid. Liquid also is difficult to compression, but to share is easier. So also same situation in this one. It's shallower, more deeper crust around the 40-kilometer depth. It's or 20-kilometer depth also. So this area is easier to the share, but compression are more difficult. So, okay, so it's a summary. It's a method to develop. I try to develop the method of the estimate of the inelastic block. So it means combined to the rheology and block motion model. So this advantage of the node it's considered to the unknown fault also. So and then a result is just to the present signature deformation zone, the depth of the available the regional variation and depth and also BIPs. So, but the characteristics of the volumetric strain are smaller than these of the shear strain. Yeah, this kind of the this is final slide. So we try to our method is to observation at the surface. So now we know the estimate the inelastic strain underground. So it means the source of the deformation. We estimate the source of the deformation. So, but earthquake occurs at a much shallow part. It's a shallower crust. So, but our final goal is estimate the earthquake potential, right? So it's different place of the this one. So next step is we try to estimate the earthquake potential at a more shallow part. So its next one is inelastic. Now is inelastic strain here. So and then this source from we estimate near the earthquake. It means a more brittle area. Brittle area, the strain estimate using this result. So it means that we can evaluate the earthquake location at the location of the strain, the earthquake potential increase rate is possible to estimate this one. So and then using this concept is after that we combine to the using some a kind of the Gutenberg list or something else. So we try to estimate potential of the earthquake. So that's it. Thank you very much for the listening for my presentation.
Thank you, Professor Takeito. So I know there will be some questions
Hi.
from the floor. I will ask Professor Ilham Alimuddin to ask question for Professor Takeito.
Yes.
Pak Ilham.
Thank you, moderator Pak Obi, Pak Oni, who's very enthusiastic moderating the session, and also from inspiring speakers from Dr. Takeo Ito. Ito Sensei, hajimemashite.
Terima kasih.
Hi, terima kasih for the explanation, and this is very enlightening, yeah, in terms of earthquake, trying to find out the predictions. Yeah, this is amazing, but I believe this would be important for the Japanese crustal deformation monitoring, Sensei. My question is that how often, because you see the crustal deformation condition on our mantle, or the crustal condition, is actually dynamic. The brittlity and the ductility of the crust is dynamic. It really depends on the magmatic conditions on the depth of the crust. My question is, number one, is how often do you run this model? How you validate it. And number two is, especially for the mega trust that is now threatening Japan, how is this will imply into that, that threat? So two questions, Ito Sensei.
Okay.
How often and how this will implicate the threat of the mega trust in Japan? Maybe I would like to know more if this model can be also applied in Indonesian crustal situation, because we have a lot of earthquakes. So this model will be very useful for Indonesian condition. Domo Sensei. Hi. Thank you, Pak. Pak Oni, saya kembalikan. I return to you.
So at first, it's validation of our method using the synthetic data. So at first, it's the synthetic data. Synthetic data means the available the fault. It assumes the fault. But this one is you can possible to detect the fault using the synthetic data. So usually it's this one. It's our model not to consider to the fault location, right? So but to detect this one. It's this one. So, but I also estimate the error of the estimation. So it's more. It's not maybe not available. Sorry. I don't have, sorry, not prepared. So already estimated the error. So it's okay. So, but each of the model region is worse, but around the center is good results obtained. And next one is mega thrust. It's mega thrust earthquake is now it's removed this effect using the block motion model. So it means that we removed the elastic deformation from the subductive block. It's already extract because in Japan area is large effect of the subduction, right? So my target is inland forms. So it's at first removed this one. But I'm not yet try to the combine to this subducting block effect. So, but in near future, I want to try to the together, but we combine to the elastic deformation from subduct block and all combine to the we try to estimate. So not yet tried. Now is more focused on the inland. I think it's possible. Is this okay? This answer? It's difficult to see that your mic is off. Your mic is off. Please on.
Prof. Ilham, you're still mute.
Oh, I am mute. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. Domo Sensei. At least it gives some explanation on the threat of that. Thank you for your explanation.
Yeah, I want to collaborate with Indonesia. So it's you suggest to the using the data in the Java Island, something else. So of course our target.
Yeah. Okay.
So please visit the Nagoya University.
Yes. Thank you, Sensei. Domo.
I want to wait to you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Takyo
Hai.
itu,
Terima
Professor
kasih.
Ilham Alimuddin, and the topic of, I know what happened in Niigata, Kobe, also happened in Indonesia. The
Yeah.
topic of megatrust that was also
Yeah.
raised by Pak Ilham is also quite the popular issues in the popular media. And I think both of you should have a better or bigger collaboration to explain
Yeah.
the phenomena what happened in Japan and also Indonesia. Thank you. Please give
I
applause to
hope.
Professor Takyo itu.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Professor Takyo itu. Now we came to our last presenter, and the last presenter is Professor Wiske C. Rutin Sulu. And Professor Wiske Rutin Sulu from University of Samratulangi in Indonesia. Her topic will be spatial mapping of paddy field in South Minahasa Regency, North Sulawesi using GIS and remote sensing data. Professor, yep. Professor
Thank you
Wiske.
very much.
Okay. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Pak Oni, for this opportunity. Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi. And I really honored to be here to present my talk alongside with, like a few prominent scientists from Australia, from China, and from Japan. And thank you, committee, for this opportunity, the IEEE AGERS 2024. And I'll be talking about how the use of remote sensing and GIS in agriculture. So my background is in agriculture, and we are in this session on global challenges and in biodiversity and conservation and natural resources management. And we are also facing global challenges in agriculture, in how to feed the people globally. So I'll be talking more specific on our work in one part of the province, and I'll just share the screen. Okay, hope you can see the screen. So this morning I'll be talking about spatial mapping of paddy fields in South Minahasa Regency in North Sulawesi using GIS and remote sensing data. And the reason why we are so interested in these topics, I think because all of us, like the Indonesian and Asians, we really depends on the rice in our livelihood. And I'll be talking about a little background on our research. We did this research with my students and my counterpart. So this is the outline. I think this is just the just to give you some idea what I'm going to be talking. And as I mentioned before, that the rice is a source staple food for the majority of Indonesian population. Not only Indonesian, but I think like Japanese, all Asians, yeah. So rice is a very important commodity to maintain food security. So basically, the life of community really depends on a rice farmer because they will produce the rice for us to consume. And the demand for rice, of course, has been steadily climbing as the population expands. And it has become a global trend. And another trend is the rice production has shown a sign of decline in recent years. And according to data from Statistics Indonesia, the rice production is estimated around 30 million tons in 2024, this year. and then it's already down from last year around 21 million tons. And this is quite significant because if the rice production decrease, and it will somehow give a negative impact to the people in Indonesia. So we all need rice, and from many resources that I read, and then we learned that factors influencing rice production are climate change, the effect of La Nina and El Nino that we face now, and especially last year, and really give impact on agriculture. And also the next is the availability of fertilizers for farmers, difficult to get access, especially for the subsidized fertilizer. It's somehow disappear, or I don't know, they put somewhere, and then all farmers complain about it because it will affect the price of the fertilizer, of course. And the next one is land conversion, and it has become a global trend as well. Land conversion from agriculture to non-agriculture uses, including land conversion from paddy fields to other uses such as residential area, and also for industrial areas. And the next one, we face that there are less and less farmers. We found that labors has become problems because less and less people, or like young people, would like to work in the farming, in the as a farmer, which is good though. I mean, like in terms of like young people go to big city to pursue their education, their career, but at the end in the village there will be nobody will cultivate the plants and also the crops. So that's what we are facing now. And the poor irrigation in Indonesia, irrigation infrastructure already established, but the maintenance is lacking. So we really need to work on it. So there are factors influencing rice production in Indonesia. And also this is the case in this area in North Sulawesi, in South Minahasa Regency. The area is where agriculture sector serves as a source of livelihood. And this area also serves as a center of rice production. And based on the data from statistics agency, there is a decrease in the area of paddy field in in certain district in the region. So within 5 years, there's decrease quite significantly according to the Indonesian statistics. And we would like to know, or we would like to map the area of paddy field and how they change. We want to monitor the changes, and then in this case, we use the remote sensing data, and it's easy to get. It is free also, and we use GIS to do the on-screen visual interpretation. So this is what happened in Indonesia, globally, or in our province, is very, very worrying because how to get the rice self-sufficiency. And our new president, President Prabowo, really keen. One of the main program is we can reach rice self-sufficiency, so we can feed the people from our own resources. So as I mentioned before, that we want to produce a special map of the area of paddy field. In the region, there is no, like a special map available, even in the agriculture agency, lacking of very, very good or accurate data on the area of paddy field. We want to compare the changes, how big is the decrease, and then what the factor causing changes in the coverage of the paddy field, in the use of paddy field from the period 5 years. So I've mentioned before that we focus our study in Tumpaan district in South Minahasa Regency. We use the satellite imageries 2018, 2023 from Google Earth Engine, and then the image interpretation just use the on-screen classification under the GIS environment. And to find what factor causing the decrease of the land of the paddy field, we did the interview with the farmers and also with the local farmers. So this is like the flow chart. I think I just skip it because of the time. So this is the results. And we found in the 2018, the area has like around 210 hectares of paddy fields, and the biggest area is Popentolen, around 115 hectares paddy field, and followed by Matani. And then we found that there are 3 villages don't have any paddy fields area. So this is from the mapping of 2018, and when we found the special map of the 2023, we found that the area has significantly decreased. Now it's like 2023 is around 137 hectares. Quite significant from 2018, around 70 something hectares. And even we found that some villages, they have no longer paddy field in the area. Maybe the area exists like the land, but they no more cultivate the land as a paddy field. And this is quite surprising for us, like because most people in the area work as a farmer. So when we compare the result, the mapping from 5 years show that the decrease is around 72.83 hectares. And this is quite surprising for us because this district is supposed to be the center of paddy field cultivation, producing rice from that regency. And then there are 5 villages with no paddy fields, compared with only 3 villages in 2018. So we learned that factors in causing the reduction in the area of rice field or paddy field is the conversion to other uses. In this case, this is not the conversion to like residential area or a conversion to industrial area, but conversion to other cultivation of the crops, like like a mixed garden and secondary crops. And then we learn farmers, they cultivate horticultural crops like melon, cantaloupe, semangka, and other crops that are more economics, benefits compared to rice. Why? because they said that if they cultivate rice, means that they need more labor, and then it's more expensive, and they have problem with laborers in this area. Also, if they cultivate rice and the water availability is limited because of the poor irrigation system, and also effect of climate change. So that's some reasons, and also high price of the fertilizers. That's why they shift the crops they are cultivating in this regency. Actually, this is not really bad compared to other areas where they convert like paddy fields to residential area. But since that the rice is very important crops, it is become an alarming for us. I mean, for the government and for us as well. Either scientists or researcher, that we have to do something. Like how to solve this problem. So this is the effect. The reduction of the area of paddy fields has impacted in the rice production. This is inevitably because less land means less production. So based on data from the statistic of the region, is already decreased around 3,000 tons rice. So the decline of the rice production, of course, will impact on local food security in this regency. They will depend on more rice from other region, other areas, and somehow it will affect the local price. And the price of rice has increased recently, and we know we are facing this problem. So as a conclusion, we managed to produce a special map of paddy field land cover in this area. 2018, 2023, we used the visual interpretation, just using pattern, shape, location, texture, and association to help us to do the interpretation. The next one is the area of paddy field has decreased in 5 years, around 72.83 hectares, and the decrease in the area of paddy field mainly due to land conversion from paddy fields to other agricultural land such as horticulture and secondary crops. We call it palawija, poor irrigation, high price of fertilizer. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you very much. I'll give this floor back to Pak Oni.
Thank you. Thank you, Bu Wiske, Professor Wiske Rotinsulu. Thank you. I have to change my slide, my video, because of technical difficulty. But now I listened to your presentation, Professor Wiske Rotinsulu. At the same time, I know one of the experts on paddy field prediction in the country. And so the last 10 years is actually, there is integration of remote sensing and statistic application for rice prediction. The name is Kerangka Sample Area. So it was adopted by country and applied in the national scale for the last 10 years. And the expert is actually the remote sensing expert. The name is Professor Dr. Agustan. And he is here. I will ask him to ask a question for you, Professor Wiske. Professor Agustan, Dr. Agustan, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Oni. Thank you, Bu Wiske, for very inspiring presentation. Yeah. So in the future, what do you think about by integrating all the remote sensing data, including optical and active remote sensing with SAR, and also combining with the terrestrial observations like spatial statistics? Maybe what should we do by combining this kind of together, since the temporal resolution is quite different, yeah? How we can solve, or how we can propose by integrating this kind of the methodology? What do you think, Professor Wiske? Please enlighten us.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a very good question, and then we should do that. What is it like? The data is available, mostly free. We can get it, and we've got the series of data from years to years, temporal data. We have the technology, and we have the data from statistic. But sometimes, like the statistical data, they are not really accurate. Sorry to say that. Because when we compare the data, that's quite different. The thing is, with the statistical data, they just get information from local office, and local office is just based on the prediction. It's not based on the the real measurement or the real data. So this is the good when we want to combine, means that we've got more accurate data from remote sensing, and then we can combine, or we can merge the data from statistical data, and then of course it will give like a better result, better prediction, better data for the local people, for the local government, and give some idea or some information that can be used for the government, to implement what we've already got, to make better measures in terms of to improve or to increase, enhance the rice production or the agriculture production in the area. I think it should be done, and then not only on the the national level, or also at the university, but we have to promote as well for the local government, so they can implement or apply this system to help them, to give better information to the people, to the local people. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wiske Rotinsulu. Pak Prof. Agustan should also contact both of the speaker, or since I know it will be fruitful discussion. And now, actually, our time is almost up because we need to go to different section. But I promised Pak Arifin Nugroho for asking question for 1 minute question for all participants, and all participants will answer also 1 minute, including closing section, closing speech. Is Pak Arifin is here? Pak Arifin?
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Floor is yours. 1 minute only, Pak, because we need to go to different section. We need to go to different breakout room.
Yeah,
Floor is yours.
it is very challenging that you are asking me within 1 minute.
Yes.
to pose questions to different experts. Ibu Wiske, I'm just wondering if finally, despite the fact that you have been showing to us the tendency of rather unfavorable conditions about paddy field, and also Mr. President, I think determinations that Indonesia should be achieving some sort of sufficiency in paddy field. So I think in this case, a political will of the government should be strong enough, and also to be really open mind and also allowing a good conversations and communications between the experts as you and your team, and of course other universities, similar teams, and in order for the government to take measures, in my opinion, for different aspects which make the production rice degrading. What do you think, Bu? I think it is time for us to speak out regarding this very important matters.
Thank you, Pak Arifin. Yes, I think the government is working on it now, and then I'm glad that I know that like our president he is one of the what is it, the top priority is rice self sufficiency, and then now they are what is it expand, not expand, intense intensify, yeah, what is it, area, agriculture area to cultivate or to plant rice. So there will be more and more, and I hope it's not only in like certain area but also all over Indonesia and in North Sulawesi. And then I hope it will work, and then we should help. And then scientists, we do the research, but to implement we need, like you are right, strong will from the government, like to what is to be able to achieve what already set up what is it, target from our government, from the President Prabowo. Thank you, Pak Arifin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Prof. Wiske and Professor Arifin. I'm going to ask every speaker to give closing speech, and then as thanks from the organizer, we will give you a token appreciation in terms of electronic certificate that we will show in this conference, in this video. And I know I haven't read all the, yeah, Pak Robi showing the screen first. Pak Robi, please first Bu Wiske. After this, I'm going to ask Bu Misita Anwar and then give this token of appreciation.
Thank you.
Bu Wiske, please give applause to Bu Wiske Rotin Sulu.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. And the next is Professor Dr. Misita Anwar from Swinburne University, and please give a 1-minute closing speech, including the certificate, electronic certificate of token of appreciation from IEEE AGERS. Ibu Misita Anwar is here.
Thank you, Pak Oni, and thank you everyone for inviting me today and for being here today. I'm very honored to be one of the speakers today, and I hope the presentations about AI and sustainability and the opportunities and the risks that comes with it was useful in thinking about developing AI for geosciences and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Misita Anwar. So actually all the slide presentation and also the bio of the presenter will be put in the YouTube section in mapping. You can have a link there, including in our Zoom and also in the ADAS link. So the next presenter is Professor
Sama-sama.
Professor Tako itu atau Professor Tako itu from Japan. Oh, Professor Tamir Saleh, PhD from Wuhan University. Oh, okay. Prof. Tamir Saleh from Wuhan University.
Thank you very much. It is my honor to be here today and joining this amazing conference. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Iqbal, and for all organizers and all audience joining this amazing conference. And I hope we can cooperate in a future with AI and the remote sensing technology together to find some solutions for disasters or any problems, not only for Indonesia, but around the world, inshallah. Thank you again.
Thank you, Professor Tamir Saleh, PhD from Wuhan University. Thank you for your enlightened presentation. Superficial classification. Thank you.
Thank you.
And last is Professor Takuito from Nagoya University. Thank you very much for your presentation. Professor Takuiti, your closing speech, 1 minute.
Thank you very much for the invite to me. So I'm very honored to speak at this conference. So I have very innovative for this experiments. So I want to collaborate with the Indonesian patients, and I want to continue to the strong collaboration with Indonesia. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Professor Takuito from Nagoya University. So I will close the session. Thank you very much for all the speakers, Professor Takuito, Professor Wiske Rotitsulu, Professor Mesita Anwar for all the presenter. And I'll give back to Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Habibi for continuing the discussion for AGERS 2024 conference.
Thank you, Pak
So
Oni.
Professor Tamir Saleh mentioning. Okay, Professor Dr. Iqbal Habibi.
Yes, thank you, Pak Oni Bintoro. So today we will be breakout room will be there is 5, and before there is a 6. So the tutorial session will be in the for tutorial Java will be in the main room, and the tutorial XGBoost with Python in the breakout room 5, and then the other papers will be in the breakout room 1 to 4. So please look out your the session for the breakout room from your AGERS and also from our website. Okay, thank you. Please, Mr. Robbie,
Pak
can you
Iqbal,
take the room?
sorry. So I'll go. Where should I go? Because I'm chairing the.
Wiske will be in the tutorial moderator in tutorial XGBoost in breakout 5. Okay. Okay.
So
Please
I just go to the AGERS and click to join, or
no. Mr. Robbie will make the breakout.
Okay then. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, then there is.
I'll just wait then. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Oh. Okay. The XGBoost will be in the room 6. Bu Wiske. Yes. Okay. Okay. Please, the presenter will be. Thank you.
Can we have a link for breakout rooms, Pak?
The breakout room will be in the Zoom. There is beside in the apps. There is a breakout room. Then you can see the parallel session. It is parallel session 1, 2, 3, 4, and room 6.
Where about visual? Saya paralel sesi 6 ya?
Yes.
Iya, Bu Sandra 5 ya?
Iya.
Thank you.
Bu Sandra in the main room, in this main room.
Oh,
Yeah,
in this
because
main room.
yes,
Sandra
yes,
still in the. Yeah, okay, thank
yeah,
you,
waiting
Iqbal.
for the others. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We still coffee break now, or we continue to the tutorial? Pak Robi, hello?
Is Dr. Lofi here?
Not yet, I think.
Okay,
Because
I
I
will contact because it's different time
okay.
zone. Yeah, I will contact him.
Okay, thank you, Pak Oni. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe Dr. Dewanto is already in this room. Hello, Dr. Dewanto. Hello. Oh, you still mute your
Yes.
okay. Oh, you
Thank you very
already.
much. Good
Okay.
morning.
Good morning.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
So,
Because our tutorial
all right. Thank you. Yeah. And
already
how
here.
does it work actually? Do I have to go somewhere or?
No, you still in main room.
Okay.
This main room. Okay. Pak Robi, Mr. Robi.
Yeah. Shall we start?
Maybe we start because Dr. Dewanto already in this room.
Yeah.
Okay. So we start the tutorial from Dr. Dewanto. So ladies and gentlemen, who all in presenter, we are in the room, main room, because before in room 5, but information we still in main room here. So Dr. Dewanto is already here. So please, this floors for yours, Dr. Dewanto. By the topic Java, yes?
All right.
It's right. Okay, thank you.
So I stay here in the room, right?
Okay, right in this room. Okay,
Okay. Wait a
please.
second. I have to open my my slides.
Okay,
Okay.
still please. Robbie, it's allowed Dr. Dewanto share this
Yeah.
his program.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Just to
Oh,
open the.
it's okay, Dr. Dewanto. It's okay. Please.
All right. So I check how to share my my whole computer. Wait a second. Where could I find to share it? Okay, this one. So I just share my whole desktop then. Okay, just check. Okay. Oh, okay. I need to reopen the Zoom. Also, so please wait a second because Mac OS need to have a different kind of option. Wait a
Okay,
second.
it doesn't matter. Please.
While we're waiting, I will play the slideshow, Bu Sandra. So
Okay, silakan.
you can join.
Pak Robi, also please upload bio of Dr. Lofi and also his tutorial abstract into the chat.
Sorry, Oni, what is it?
Please upload Dr. Lofi Dewanto short bio and also Dr. Lofi Dewanto tutorial abstract Java programming. You can find from our WhatsApp group IEEE.
Okay. Should we upload it
In the chat room.
in the chat?
room.
Okay.
Yeah, so people can read his bio and abstract. Or you can also, or you can also showing into the internet, into the screen, Lofi Dewanto.
Okay.
Oh, he already entered the room. Oh, yeah, okay, it's okay. So you can find Dr. Lofi Dewanto bio in the chat, in the Zoom chat, and also Dr. Lofi Dewanto tutorial abstract Java programming also in the chat. We going to upload this into the YouTube live and then the EDAS live.
Okay, let's check it. Okay, so I think I have now share my slides, right?
Yes, you can see it.
All right. Okay, so I'm ready now.
Dr. Lofi, floor is yours.
All right. So I can start now, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Please.
All right. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for waiting a bit because I thought the time is 4:30. It's half an hour. This is in Germany, right? So it's quite a bit morning today, and thank you very much for waiting. So today I will show you a bit Java programming for geoscientists. This is a bit new a method what I would like to try because in each slides I will also add a ChatGPT link. So everything what you will learn in this tutorial, you also can ask afterward the ChatGPT and ask again about something deeper and to dive into to that material. So let's just try it for today. So my name is Luffy Dewanto. I'm a head of group sales application at Competence Center Java in Germany, DE Volca Insurance. A long time Java developer and open source software developers working on transpilers, model-driven software development, and also alpha and trainer in Java in Germany. So today we will learn the basics of Java programming. At the end, we also will try to explore some Java libraries for geoscience, because there are a lot of libraries for geoscience which is available for you to use. And at the end, we could try just a simple application, Java application, to solve problems in geoscience. The example is just a very small example, but at the end, you should be able to know to work with Java and see how actually it's working if you have some of the example how to work with Java to calculate something in geoscience. Like I said before, I use a new tutorial method. I utilize ChatGPT as our Java trainer. So actually, you can explore and ask in any slide, any topics related to Java programming, and also to dive in, right? So because we have a 2 hours exercise, 2 hours tutorial, but at the end, as we know, it won't be enough, if you want to have at the end as expert in Java, you need to dive in a bit by yourself, and in this slides you can see everything which you can continue to have a conversation with ChatGPT as your Java trainer. So if you see something like this ChatGPT symbol, you then afterwards can ask and talk and deep dive actually. All the source code I use in this tutorial is available at the github.com, Luffy Dewanto Java Geoscience or Java Earth. And for all of you to see, is actually also important to say that programming is actually always about learning by doing, right? So if you don't try something, you will be able to program. And also programming involves making mistakes. So therefore, we always say it's just try. Mistakes is not a problem at all. And at the end, you will be able to dive into the programming itself. And also programming requires hard work, of course, because and sometimes you also need to really dive in, and maybe in one day you don't get the solutions, but after you sleep in the night and you come back in the morning, maybe you can solve the problem. So it's always yeah, actually it's an activity where you always have to make a hard work. For today, as our agenda, we have the first step is actually Java. Every one of you maybe already heard about Java, which is actually an object-oriented programming. But actually, Java is also more than just object-oriented programming today. Java is almost 30 years old. And in the beginning, it was only object-oriented programming, but in Java 1.8, they added some kind of metadata programming. And today, it's also functional programming. We will also see all the three type of programmings together. And then actually, Java today is not only pure object-oriented programming. We will take a first step to install our GDK and try our first Hello World. This is a typical programming style, just to get the whole environment up and running. And then at the end, you will be able to start with the first programming. We will also talk about variables, data types, and also how to make an input, a user input, and an output. This is a typically computer programming, right? So you have always input, processing, and output. And this is mostly per input. You get a data from a human, and then the computer process it, and then it makes some output. And this is still working like that until today. Also, with the time of artificial intelligence, we still have the some kind of input, processing, and output. We will see how to make loops and conditionals in Java, and also take a look what kind of visibility such an object, such a class, or such properties and methods. How does it look like in Java? And after that, I think we will be able to understand the very basic, the very foundation of Java programming. And also then afterwards, we'll jump into our domain, right? So actually, it's just always like this. You learn first how to program, right? And at the end, you learn the domain so that you can solve some problems in that domains through programming. So in this case, we will see the geoscience domain, and we also take a look at how to make some numerical calculation, because in this case, you need to calculate. For example, you have one special point, like you are in Paris and you want to go to Berlin, and there's two kind of geo points, and you will, for example, try to calculate the distance between Paris and Berlin, and this is actually all using the numerical calculations. And also at the end, we'll take a look also about the visualization, and because if we are working in geoscience, we also need a good or some good visualizations libraries. We take a look there. To visualization is always good. It's actually also putting an output to our user, and in that case, we will also see then what can we do actually in Java to have a nice visualization. And at the end, try to make an exercise in this domain. Why Java for geoscience? This will be maybe the questions from all of you, because you would say, okay, actually it's some kind of Python area to work with data. Mostly data scientists today, they all use Java and use Python, right? And but this time, why Java for geoscience? Actually, it is quite interesting because at the end, Java is very widely used in enterprise world. For me, it's actually it's quite good if you want to know how to program, and also maybe later on working in enterprise world, that you have understood how Java works, because a lot of company, or mostly in enterprise area, they all use Java. Maybe some use Python for the data calculation and so on, but a lot of companies use Java for everything. So if you are learning Java for geoscience, it means that you also can prepare for your career to go into the enterprise world. And in this time, a lot of company, also in Germany, use Java. So this is some kind of good things to learn actually. Java is versatile and platform independent and easy to start. And the point is actually easy to start is hello world is always very easy, but at the end you will need to ask if you have a very complex problem, if your application is becoming very big, is it still manageable, right? And Java is such kind of programming language which you can manage a huge program or a lot of source code, and everything is already really teach and learned about how to manage a huge Java application. So it's quite good for also for complex problems and huge application. It's also ideal for handling scientific data sets and also big data sets actually, because Java has a good performance, because a lot of people think, oh, Java is maybe slow. Yeah, Python is also slow. But that's not true anymore, right? Because in Java you have today also a really native compiler, so you can native compile your code to the specific operating systems. We have a GraalVM for that kind of stuff, and native means that it has the power and it has the speed of yeah, typical compiled programming language, also for specific operating system like C++. So Java has actually a lot of possibility in this area nowadays. It's not like 30 years ago, right? There's also some powerful libraries for data analysis and visualization, and this is also very important because we don't want to write our own libraries for data analysis and visualization. So let's jump in, let's dive into the Java as an object-oriented programming and metadata programming and also functional programming. All right, so what is actually object-oriented programming language? Java is an object-oriented programming language. What does it mean? Object-oriented programming is actually a very old programming paradigm. It's actually tried to organize and structures the software design around object. So it's actually just take a looking at the real world, right? And I have a computer, I have a pen, I'm a person, and I have what to call a table. This is some kind of object, actually just a real word. And we also try to structure and organize our things in our programming through objects. This is actually the basic. So try to model actually the real world. And this is something things of a good stuff, because as we know today, let's just say it about AI. They also try to actually model the whole brain, our brain, through the real neuron, right? So it's actually trying to model the whole stuff to the real world. And object-oriented is also trying to model the whole stuff, the structures through objects. And this is just a real world. In this object, there are instances of classes. Classes is actually one of the most important things in object-oriented programming language. And if I make an instance of a class, it will become an object. Each class has its own property and behaviors. It's just like a person, right? A person is a class, has properties, for example, a name, an age, or an address, and also behaviors is something like a person can walk, a person can also drive a car. And that's actually the behaviors, and all actually encapsulated into one class. And if I make an instance of this class, create an instance of this class, it means that I just try to make a Lofi, versus Lofi Levanto as a person, and in real instances, it is just versus Lofi Levanto with the name of Lofi and behaviors. He can walk, he can drive a car, like that. So it means that OOP focuses on encapsulating data and function together to model a real world entities, just like a person, like a car. A car has a color, maybe blue, or the car can have 4 wheels, and a car can actually can be driven by a person. That will be the behavior, and this is actually the real world entities. And also interaction with all the objects. So a person can drive a car, and because they are first they have a class person and the class car, and then we make an instance of a person Lofi and a car, for example Audi, and then a person Lofi can drive a car, an Audi, for example. So it is widely used to create a modular, reusable, and maintainable code. And this is actually already a long time. And so far, actually, I don't see any other paradigm in this area how to model the real world entities. So object-oriented is actually a very good way, and it's because it's still there, and actually it's getting accepted, so we don't talk about that anymore. Maybe new student doesn't know less or less know about object-oriented programming language because they don't teach it anymore, but actually this is the basic. So every single programming language which is have a good modularization, reusabilization, and maintainable codes, they all, as a basic, they all use object-oriented programming language. This is just an example. As I told you, you have a class person here, which has attribute of name and behavior. It can walk, a person can walk, right? So this is also one of important concept in object-oriented programming. We have an extension, in this case, an inheritance. So in this case, students inherit the behavior of a person and also the attributes of a person name. So in this case, a student has also a name because it inherits all of the attributes and all of the behaviors of walking, but it also can add some special things for the students, right? So the student has a student ID, maybe what a person cannot have, and also the student learn a lot about a normal person, maybe not, right? So it can extend the whole behaviors through to a new behaviors, and it also can override the behavior of walking as a student. Maybe a student walks different than a person, for example. And this is one of the most important concept in object-oriented inheritance. So this is also the first time maybe we check in the below of this slide we will have a ChatGPT like this, right? And just click on it and we will jump into the ChatGPT, and it will show us actually what is actually the meaning of the diagram here. And ChatGPT explained to us, second, maybe bigger, yeah, something like this. What is a person? What is an attributes here? A name is a string. Methods behavior. It walks. A person can walk. A student can also have a student ID and also some additional behaviors like learning. And inheritance is actually here the key relationships. And this model also show the hierarchy, student and person. So, and you can all now ask more about that. For example, just ask what is actually behaviors? And ChatGPT can explain it to you, because as I told you, these 2 hours won't be enough, to learn a lot of or deep dive into the whole material. But in this case, you can jump in every time to the ChatGPT, and you can make a conversation with ChatGPT about the topic of the slides. And you can still ask, and if it's not clear, can I have an example of that? For example, can I have example of this behavior? This is completely a class in Java, person class, and student extends a person, and so on and so on. So it's quite easy then afterwards to dive into the material, to ask ChatGPT about the materials again. So yes. So, and you can see here the symbol, and this is always has a context to the slide, which is here shown, for example. Yeah, like as you can see here, this is a public class person in some kind of package. Java has a so-called a namespace. This is a package, is actually the namespace where the person stays in the namespace. And a student also here stays in the namespace. In this case, the package com.geo, and it extends the person class. So we have an additional attribute here. In this case, a constructor is one important part of an object creation, right? So if you need to make an instance of a person class, you will go into the so-called constructor. Constructor is just to create the object, to construct an object. So if I want to make an instance of the person into the Lofi, for example, as a person, so I will create this with the new person. We will check it in an example. So, and you have some methods, some behaviors, in this case, to get the name, which is actually the attributes of this class. And then you also have a method, in this case, the walk. So the person can walk. Students can learn. This is a very easy example, of course, because in walking, we only see here something will be printed out, also in learning, but normally, in this case, you implement something, how to walk and what do you care about the walk, or how a person can walk from one point to the next point. So it's really a real words actually design about this entity person. The second point is actually the metadata programming with annotation in Java. And this is since Java 1.8, I think, they added. This is very practical. This is actually the descriptive metadata in Java with a special marker at, we call it at XXX. So something you describe about the attributes, you describe about the methods, you describe about the class. For example, here's a very simple example. We have a namespace, we have a class, in this case annotation example, we have a behavior, a method here, which actually a public method with a get result and returning a string value. And we could add more a description. This is a metadata. For example, in this case, this method is getting deprecated, right? So deprecated means that actually you should not use this method anymore, because we will take out this method maybe in the next release of the app. So it means it's deprecated since the version 2.0, and it is for removal through. So please use another behavior, another method of this class to get the same result, and don't use this method get result anymore, because in the next version it will be get removed. So this is actually just a simple explanation, special marker in this case for the method, and it's just add additional information about this code. Is do nothing actually. It is just we take a look at an example. Just at the end, we just take a look where if you use this one, you will get a warning, right? So please don't use this one. This is getting deprecated. Use another method, for example. So this is also the next ChatGPT part. You can take a look. This is also interesting. Metadata programming with annotation in Java. You can see here. And actually also the key concept, they call it the annotations. We have a special markers with add symbol. It can be attached to code elements. So it's actually do nothing directly with this logic, but provide actually a description to that code element, and a lot of other tools and frameworks on the Java environment can also then take a look at this marker and do something. So this is very important to see. They have retention policies in this case. Metadata can kept at different levels using at retention annotation. So it means that after, for example, if you say here at source, when the annotation are retained only in the source code. Afterwards, if it's going to be a bytecode, right, in Java program will compile it into a bytecode, it won't be added there. So it will vanish after the compilation. In the class, retention policy means that actually annotation also retained in the class file, the Java bytecode, but not available at the runtime. If we run the program, it's gone. And the last part is, of course, the retention policies of runtime. The annotation are retained in the bytecode of Java, but also then available via a runtime reflection. Reflection is actually one of mechanism in Java to see the whole object part which is generated in the runtime, right? So in the compile time you won't see it, you just see the class. But if you make an instance of the object of the person, like Gofi, it will be go into the runtime if the application is running. So retention policies for the marker, for the annotations runtime means that we will still have an access to this marker, to this special annotations in the runtime. There are a lot of built-in annotations in Java. It provides some, so for example, deprecated. It was coming from Java itself. Override it does mean if you have like a student and person inheritance, a student can override the method walk from the person. So it means that if someone try to use this behavior walking in person or in student, sorry, it will use the implementation which is being overwritten in the student class. Suppress warning to suppress compiler warnings. And this is what the Java provides, but we can also write our own annotation, right? So this is also typical if you want to calculate something and you need to have a metadata for that part, and you can build your own annotations. This is, for example, a custom annotation. Developer can create their own annotation by defining at interface. So this is actually how we define our own customized annotations. This is a more expert topic mostly. because if you write your own annotation, you will be able, for example, to generate codes later on, right? So if your compiler write or read your code, it comes to your annotation, to your marker, and then it can say, okay, yeah, I found this marker, this annotation, so now I can generate some codes, for example. And also, if I find this one, I will have to, I don't know, change something in the code. This is also possible through annotations. Yeah, there will be actually differentiate through two kind of annotations. One time is the compile time processing annotations. The tools like annotation processor can be used in this time. So if you compile the application, you can generate some code parallel in this compile time, or the runtime processing actually to configure runtime behavior using reflection to see in the runtime what kind of object you have or what kind of markers and so on and so on. A lot of application mechanism based on this metadata programming, like dependency injection, if you have a framework, validation, this is a good point. If you have to have an input and you need to validate your input, you can use a lot of annotation because it's very simple for you, right? So just, okay, this method need a validation. It has the size of 30 characters of string for your input. So just say add size 30. So if it's more than 30, you will get an exception. You will get an error. Say, oh, sorry, your input is more than 30 characters. So this is most done through the validation and also using metadata programming, using annotation to describe. Yeah, a lot of things used that, for example, of testing. This is very important part today to program. A test, for example, it means that the method can run as a test method, as a JUnit test method. We will see this part later on in our testing case. So some example, and as before, as I told you, you can really deep dive now if you don't understand a bit about. Can you explain to me? Can you explain to me how a test work? You can continue the whole conversation, and then you see here ChatGPT will explain it to you. That, but one thing to make sure, if you have such a code like this one, right, you should try it directly with your IDE later on, so you know whether ChatGPT is hallucinating or not, right? Because a lot of things I read and okay, I can program, so I know which is which is true or not. It is some kind of codes. I can understand it, but if you are new to programming, please do not just trust ChatGPT, because sometimes it hallucinates and it just shows you something and it doesn't work, right? So please check it before you think that this is working like that. Checking is very easy in programming, right? Just try to run the program and you will see whether it's working or not. Okay. So this is the metadata programming with annotation. The third one is actually the functional programming language. Java also added the functional programming language in its core. It's also in Java 8, I think. For example, loops. Normally, loops is actually just a procedural doing stuff in Java. But today, they add a functional style on loops. For example, we will see some example in this area. Why? Actually, because functional programming is always very consistent. It means you have an input, you have a processing, you have an output, and it's always deterministic. So it means you get always for the same input, you get always the same output. And it reduces, of course, the boilerplate code, because procedural programming or object-oriented programming mixed with procedural programming is mostly is not that consist. So it actually through the functional programming you can express yourself in some kind of situation, and it is very consist. The second thing is actually readability, because a programming language is actually there um, for us as human to communicate with each other. So developer communicate actually with developer communicate with business analyst, and so on. So it's actually being done for you. This programming language is of course the function is actually to talk with the machine, right? So you can tell your machine, hey, here, please do some input, hey, please do some output, and the machine will do that for you through the programming language. But today's actually it's a tool to communicate with other human, right? So the readability is in such code is very, very important, because it's actually you should always maximize the readability of your code instead of trying to write it in very compact way, because it's very clear that if you write something very compactly, very short, yeah, everyone will ask you about the point. Oh, this is very short, looks nice, just a one simple command in your programming language, but what is about the readability of that part? And because everyone will ask, oh, what does it actually mean? Because it's very compact, everything very short, and that's not actually the way to build software today, because there are a lot of people working in this area nowadays, and it's actually how to communicate with each other through the readability of your codes. So codes, of course, need to become easier to understand, to read. And in this case, functional programming help us to become easier to understand, to read the code, the constructs with the so-called lambda and streams. It's a bit for old people like me, it's a bit yeah, in the beginning is if you don't or never are doing functional programming, it's a bit tough. It's but at the end, it's just like a mathematics, right? You have something input, you have a processing and output, and it's actually very, very interesting. It's just a function, right? A function in the mathematics. So it's very, very actually easy to understand at the end, to compare with the long codes, which is not really good for reading. Parallelism, the Stream API makes it easier to perform parallel processing. And this is also good because a lot of stuff, a lot of calculation and so on in programming, we do it in parallel, right? So like calculating the whole matrix, you need to have a parallelism in some point to make the application faster. Less error prone, I mean, actually I'll encourage immutability and pure functions on reducing actually the side effects. This is the side effects, what we call from a function. And this is a good things. But again, do not underestimate the functional programming, because it's not every developer love math, right? So it also can become a very heavy to read. So always think if you write your own code, try to make the code so as readable as possible for your colleagues, for all other humans, right? So it's just some kind of like writing a book, you also want to have that your reader can enjoy your book. Writing a code is actually the same. You write your code, and so your reader, the next human, the next developer can also enjoy your code. Yeah, right. So this is actually the one of the very important part in programming. Again, if you want to know about functional programming, just click on that part, and ChatGPT will tell you everything about programming. And the functional programming, I mean, this one, the key features, the lambda expressions. Let's see this one a bit in an example later on in the loops, and we will go back here to see some example. How does it actually look like with the functional programming today to make loops? The summary: we have seen object-oriented programming, we have seen metadata programming, we have seen functional programming, and it's actually all together, which is built into Java today. This is the foundation, the object-oriented programming language. A lot of new generations of developer, if you are not really studied in a university, they never heard about this again, because this is very old concept, right? This is actually in 70, 60 or something like that. So it's a really old object-oriented programming, and it's still the basic of Java, how to model the real world. Class is actually the most important concept in object-oriented programming. I've shown you just a short one, a person class, a student class, a car class. It has a properties or attributes. For example, a car has a color, a car has maybe doors, and it also has a behaviors and methods. A car can be driven by a person. A car can be damaged. For example, if you have an accident, for example, this is the behaviors. And at the end, this class can be instanced, can be created into an instance of an object. An object, for example, Audi with a blue color is an example object of that class, or a BMW with a black color is also an object of this class car. So for each of these properties and behaviors, we can add a metaprogramming, so-called description, adding a description into the class, into the properties, attributes, and also the behaviors and methods. What this does mean, metaprogramming, is to describe something. So you can see that the annotations, we call it in Java, it describes the properties, describes the method, it describes the class to add some information additionally to this kind of class properties of behaviors, as you can do something about that. This is a very important concept in Java. Will be also used a lot of time, and also you can create your own metaprogramming based on that. For example, to have domain-specific language. This is a very clear example. If you have a class car and you mark it with a new annotation, let's say something like an old car, it means you add new information to that class car. And you can add the annotations in the class area, in the properties attributes area, or in your behavior, in your methods. In implementation of the methods, of the behaviors, like a car can be driven by a person, you can use functional programming, because if you see a one method, it's easy to read if you have very conscious how to write the function, and then this is where the functional programming comes in Java. So before you don't have such a possibility, but a lot of people see that that functional programming is actually quite interesting, had a very less side effects into the if you are implementing such a method, and therefore they added a lot of a lot of functional programming in Java today. But as I show you here, the whole structure, the real world structure is actually based still always on object-oriented programming or object-oriented word, just like our real world with the whole word entities. We have a computer, we have a table, we have if I make a new instance of a computer, it would come a Mac book, for example, or Intel computer. So it's the whole structure from the top is always still object oriented, but in the some case you need or you can add metadata programming, and in implementing some of the methods you can, for example, add functional programming. This is the whole concept, right? Just remember about this picture. I think if you take a look at this picture, you will understand very fast how to program in Java. In summary, Java is an OP language, like I told you before, and it provides the foundation for modeling the real world. For each property behavior, you can use metadata programming with annotation. It's just a descriptive metadata for Java compiled environment, and also functional programming to implement the method, the behavior. It makes your source code more readable. The implementation can leverage functional programming principles. And if you want to talk about this more, just take a look at this one and ChatGPT, and it will tell you about getting started with Java. Now, what's this actually? Object-oriented programming in Java, functional programming in Java, and metadata programming with annotations. And also this one is a learning plan. You can ask here, you can make a conversation with ChatGPT to ask a lot of things about this concept, OOP, MP, and FP. So enjoy talking with ChatGPT, and because this is very, very good, and mostly this is a very simple concept, right? So ChatGPT has a very, very good result for this part. If you need to understand in Indonesian, you can also tell ChatGPT to say, hey, please answer in Indonesian language. It's very easy then. For example, in this case, let's see, try to ask them about OOP again. So you can also talk in Indonesian, right? So I just say, saya tidak bisa OOP. Bisa dijelaskan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Yeah, in this case, ChatGPT is very helpful for you. I can talk about okay, this is not good, of course. For example, let's see here. It also use Indonesian language mostly for the implementation. Mostly not a real good, because I'm the one who always say, okay, come on, we need to actually write the whole app in English, right? But in some case, in some situation, if you have a very, very specialized word for the language, in German is, for example, very difficult if you need to program something about the tax, pajak, for example, the tax, and it's really German word, right? So you sometimes don't have it in other language, not in English. So therefore, mostly the noun, actually we just use the German, but on the verb is always done in English. Now, like this one, the noun, this is the mobile, is a car, is a noun. It could be in another language like German or Indonesian because it's very specialized in that area. And the method name, the verb, getting, setting, yeah, or running or whatever, that we try that to use it in English. So it's a mix of that, but it's really difficult sometimes if you have a situation like if you have to work with the financial institutions or the insurance, and you have the German word for some of the stuff which you don't have it in English. And yeah, and then in that case you just use German word. This is very good. Can ask about that, and after that, also here, but I think ChatGPT also has a very nice area nowadays. So you can ask this one, discuss hewan. What is actually the result of this one? You can ask him. In the class. Hewan. I see this command. What is the result of this one? You can always talk and make a conversation with ChatGPT, and this is a good thing. And actually, I just only prepare the first prompt, like this one. The first prompt. You are now the Java teacher for beginners. Please tell your students how to start programming Java, OOP, FP, and metadata programming. And this is only the first prompt I told you for this slide. So after that, you can just dive in and ask a lot of things about the topic. All right, so this is a summary. So let's go further. We are going to the first step. We have seen some concept paradigm of Java. So let's go for the first step to make a real implementation. Our first hello world. Setting up the environment, this is a very important part, right? So the first step is to install a Java development kit if you don't have it already. And afterwards, you need today a nice IDE, integrated development environment like Eclipse or IntelliJ or NetBeans and so on. And today, you also need a build system because it will be very sure that your application will be becoming quite complex afterwards. So before actually Java, or still until today, Java hasn't had an integrated build system. Actually, how to build an application so you can repeat the build and you get always the same result, right? So, but today Maven is actually the factor standard for building application in Java. So for the beginners also, I will always say that you should learn how to use Maven because this is a very big part of building an application. Building application today is not just writing the code, right? You have environment, you have later on you will learn in a complex way, and that's just programming, writing the code to make a solutions or to fulfill your requirements is actually just one small part, right? You have to think about security, you have to think about deployment, how to deploy your application at the end so your customer can access the code or access the application, and how to make the code secure. For example, if you work in a team, you have then a lot of people working on the same code base, how to handle the whole versioning. So a lot of actually other topics around the programming today, and so it's just not enough if you want to work in this area, just to write a program and that's it. So this is a very important thing. So a build system is a must in this case. Maven is standard build system and the vector build system in Java. And at the end, we will verify the installation with a very simple Hello World application. GDK download is, I'm using adoptium.net. And for example, in this case, I use Eclipse, but you can also use Visual Studio Code or whatever. There are a lot of IDE for Java. All of the product here, GDK, is open source today. Eclipse is also open source, and Visual Studio Code as well. So just it doesn't cost you anything of all whole things to start the program in Java. Maven also. Yeah, as I told you, there are a lot of IDE, like Eclipse and its family. For example, Spring Tool Suite is also based on Eclipse. And we have NetBeans with JetBrains, IntelliJ Community. We have Microsoft Visual Studio Code. We have BlueJ for learning Java. This is, I can say that the BlueJ is one of the best because it's very simple, right? So if you want to learn a lot about Java, maybe BlueJ would be the first step. Very simple for you to use. But today, a lot of in the real world, the enterprise world, a lot of Java developer use actually IntelliJ. I'm not sure why, because it's very good IDE, but also I feel that Eclipse is also a good one. Or Visual Studio Code now is getting better. But it's your choice, and this is the power of Java. You have a lot of choices to use IDE, so just take one of which you like. Important here in this case, if you have a Mac OS or Linux, I would say that you should install the SDK man. It's actually just a very interesting tool for managing multiple development environment. For example, multiple version of Java, Maven, and so on. And it's quite a bit sure that if you work a long time with Java, you will have some kind of different kind of versions. For example, you have a Java 17, you have Java 21, and maybe Java 23 already to try. So if you have such multiple versions, you can manage everything very well with the SDK man, at least for Mac OS and Linux. In Windows will be quite difficult, but you can simulate, I think. And if you want to know about this SDK man more, just go for ChatGPT. Actually, it's also show you what is SDK man, the key features. So it's very easy. If you not want to install a new Java, you say SDK install Java, and then you SDK list Java. Can show you maybe this one. Code. I hope this is big enough. I see in the, okay, should be big enough. Let's say SDK list Java means that actually what kind of Java environment do I have here in my computer? Okay, you see here the lot of Java virtual machine, right? Every single company built in Java. Oracle is actually the owner of Java today, right? It also has a Ground VM. This is a native VM which you can install. Microsoft also nowadays has its own Java version like this one, and because they have Azure, right, for the cloud, and a lot of Java apps will be deployed in cloud, and therefore Microsoft need their own Java virtual machine which is optimized for their architecture in the cloud. Oracle for sure, the one of the old one from taking over from Sun Microsystem, right? SAP has its own, IBM here, the Semeru, also Indonesian name, right? Because Java is Indonesian name, and Semeru is actually also GDK Java virtual machine from IBM. has a specialized stuff to optimize stuff. Temurin, Zulu, etc. So you can install everything of this in your environment. Just very simple, just saying SDK install like this one. If you install Java, or you can just go to the SDK, install Java 21 Temurin version TEM. This is the TEM like this one. This one TEM. So Temurin. All right. So it's a very good tool. This SDK, man. I can actually tell you that this very, very good, and yeah, you can use it, and it's very helpful. So the next part is actually the build system. We need to install Maven, but luckily Eclipse includes Maven already. I think almost of the IDE I know. BlueJ not, but NetBeans, Eclipse, IntelliJ, they all actually includes Maven today as a build system. So you don't have to install it explicitly. So writing your first application. Now how we write that, let's make just a demo in this part. I have here the slides, right? So you can take a look afterwards how to write a new application in Eclipse and Java application, the start one. So just make it in the Eclipse as a demo. So making a new application, just quite simple. You say here new. Please choose the Maven project, not the Java project, because if you choose the Java project, it will only get you the pure Java, right? But as I told you today, actually, if you build a program, you need also to have the build system, and this is the Maven project because we are using Maven. With the Maven project, here we just want to create a simple project. Because okay, let's take a look at if you don't want to just make a simple project, just take a look. Use the default work space location. Yes, okay. Just take a look there. So make a next step. Hopefully we see here the catalog. Yeah, you see here. This is actually the catalogs in Maven. It means a lot of people or a lot of developers already working on templates, how your project can look like with different kind of libraries and frameworks. This is, for example, a blank project example. A lot of stuff. If you want to have a Elastic Beanstalk project, you can use this. Actually, this is the templates. So you have a lot of stuff here to choose what kind of starter you want to have it like a Maven project. If you don't know what to do, the very easy way is actually just take a simple project. So it's actually just a very simple one. We try this one, so you don't have to choose anything. A Maven project has a so-called group ID, is some kind of namespace like Java. So I just say the group ID means in this case the ID or the com.geo. This would be the namespace, the group ID. The artifact ID is actually the name of the project. So I can call geo hello. This is the version, because every app will be versioned at the end, right? So you have a one version, and then you afterwards try to make a new version. You can add the version. This is the very first snapshot. Snapshot mean actually that this is not a release version. This is still in the development. They call it a snapshot. If you release it, it would look like this one. It released with the version 001, but this in this case is not yet released, so we are still working on the project. So we call it snapshot version. The packaging, this is actually the how do we package the Java app at the end. Now you have jar file. This is a simple Java app, or you have POM file. It means that you only package the description of your build system, or the WAR file is actually if you want to build a web application. WAR means actually web archive, and jar means actually Java archive. Just choose the simplest one, jar, and the name. Normally, the name I always take the artifact ID, so you have the same name for your directory and also your artifact ID. Just the hello keyword. A parent project is advanced topic of Maven. Later on, actually, if you have mostly you don't have only one project, right? You have a lot of project. You can make a modular project, a different kind of modular project, and a parent project is actually the parent of all of your project, of all your modules. And so you can control through the parents some of inheritance, some of the information which is inherited into your modules. And this is actually the parent project. But in this case, I just built a simple hello world, so you don't have to have it. Let's say just finish it. And you see here directly in Eclipse, you have this project created. One of the most important part for Maven, you have a POM XML is actually a description of the build file is just as the whole stuff which we actually give it as an input before, and it has nothing else, right? It's just very, very simple description of Maven build file. We have nothing here, no class, no everything, but this would be the first project we have in our Java, right? Maybe just take a look a bit. How does it look like actually in our directory? Because it's important, because sometimes the directory looks quite different, like as this IDE done, right? So just go there. So you see here, this is the artifact ID, the name, and also actually the name of the directory. And then you see here, you have a source directory and you have a target directory. You have the POM XML. This is the description of your build file actually. And then the source file is actually your source code. And the target directory is actually where the result of your compilation, because your source code will be compiled into a Java bytecode, the dot class file. Now we will see that, and then everything's going into this target directory. And the source code is here. You have two different kind of directory under source. The main is actually the application itself. You have to put it in the main Java area because this is Java program. And the resources mean if you have some other text files, property files, or whatever, you can put it here, HTML files or whatever. You can put it in the resources, but in Java, it's only the Java source code file, so the .java files. The test directory is actually just similar, has a similar structure as the main, but it's all for the test class. As I told you in the beginning, today, if you write a Java program, it is not enough just to have the implementation code, but we have to test it. Also, the first step of testing is JUnit. You have to have it, and it's all actually managed into this test directory. Therefore, Maven, this is a structure of Maven. Actually, always create these two both directory. Main for the code itself, the source code, and test is actually how to test your code, your main code. And at the end, in the target part, which is actually compiled file, the dot class file. It won't the test classes, it won't be distributed. So because it never the test class is actually only for you, right? So you test your main class, so everything is good, looks good and so on, but it doesn't have to be distributed to your user. So in the target compilation, you actually just have the things, the classes from the main. All right, so that is the first step. Let's go back to the slides. You can see here, this is the POM XML. And I also show you here the ChatGPT part, right? If writing your first Java app, create a Maven project. If you want to know what is Maven, just click on ChatGPT, right? And then it will actually explain what is Maven, build file, build systems. So here the key features actually dependency management. Later on, we will talk about the libraries in Java for Geoscience, right? So if you have some libraries, you need to get the libraries into your code. So with Maven, you have the so-called dependency management. So you just declare the dependencies, and then Maven will fetch the library that automatically for you, if it's the library, of course, is open source and free to use, right? So you just describe something in the dependency management about the library you want to use, and Maven fetch it for you from internet and put it somewhere so you can directly use the library within your own application. Project centralization, as you have seen here, I've told you how the structure of Maven directory, it enforces a consistent directory structure. So if we have a lot of developers working on the same things, they all will directly understand how the project structure looks like, right? So it's easy for them just to say, okay, the source code is there, the test code is there, and the compiled code is in target. So it's very simple to understand afterwards if you have a lot of people to work with the same things. So you don't have to explain it every time, what is the structure and so on. You just say Maven, and today Java developers, they say, all right, Maven, so I know source main Java is the place where you put the source code. Source test Java is the place where you put your test code, and so on. And the target is actually the directory is actually the compiled code. So it's very easy to communicate. Maven also have a plugins and extensibility. So building a software means that you compile the code. Maybe you have some generator to generate something, like I've shown you before with annotation, right? You can generate some of the code. So all of these things will be done in Maven through plugins. So you have a compile plugins inside the Maven. You have a generator plugin. You also have maybe a test plugin, which tests the whole code afterwards from your unit test, and so on. So there are a lot of plugins available for Maven, right? So this is the case. So, and then the central repository integration, this is very, very important strategy of Maven. We have a central repository. All the libraries, which is open source, mostly they're all being saved into this repository, the Maven Central, they call it, and everything is there. You can take a look at Maven Central. Maven Central. This is actually the Maven Central. This is where all the open source actually libraries, components stays, and we will fetch for you from Maven if you need one of them. Let's just say you have a library, I don't know, Apache. You see here, or show you a lot of Apache stuff. Apache Common, Math. This is the mathematics library of Apache. You see here or the library of Common Math. This is Common Math for core. Can we take a look at that? And you see here, if you have a Maven, you just need to add this dependency. And this is the group ID, the artifact ID, and the version. And afterward, it will fetch automatically for you locally, put it in your computer so you can directly use this library. So it's very, very handy. Apache Maven to build the whole application. And this is a must today. As I told you before, building a software, building an app is not only writing the code, but it's also making the deployment, putting everything together for the users and so on, or deploy it in some kind of cloud like Azure or the AWS. So this is a very important concept in programming. So let's go back. Describe a Maven project. We have shown this one, and as you see here on the bottom, if you want to ask about this kind of slide, just click in and make a conversation with ChatGPT. Hello World. Let's make this one. Now we will try to make a Hello World class and run the first Hello World. We'll go back to this one, to our project. Oh, Jep. Okay, instead of Geo, I have a Jep Hello. No problem. It's just a name. Okay, and then I just write here a new class. Important to have the namespace, because today every single class has a namespace. Namespace is actually just like in a internet, right? So you have www.google.com, and the namespace is a com.google, right? So this is actually the owner of that, the name of an internet, right? So if I have something like ID Indonesian, right? I don't know, the hello.id. So I would say here in the package id.hello. And this is our package name, our namespace. And the name of the class is always like, for example, here we'll say car app. And this is the name. Also be careful with the naming and so on. This is a very important part later on in advanced technique, how to name a Java class. Use the first caps and something like that. And there's also a good actually documentation about this. A lot of companies use today from Google Java code. Check this one. Google Java code style. This is the so-called code style. Later on in a professional area, you have to have some kind of style guide how to write the program. And if you have a teams, right, so everyone use the same guide, so it's easier for all to write and to read, of course, to read the code. Yeah, this is a very famous one, the Java style guide from Google. Show you, for example, how you actually make file name. File name, the source file name consists the case-sensitive name of the top-level class is contains, of which there's exactly the one plus the .java extension. This is how you name the file. Or class declaration. Exactly one top-level class declaration. How to order, what kind of formatting area. It also has a formatter for you, so you can take the formatter from Java Google style and it will format the whole codes just like what the Java Google style actually right here, and very easy to use, and you have everywhere then the same code style. Oh, okay. Sorry, let's go back to the Hello Car app. This one, superclass is just a standard one. If you just say nothing, it's all based on the object superclass in Java. You can also implement some interfaces for inheritance, but this is actually a bit more advanced topic. Very important, which method stubs you would like to create. Every single Java class need to have a void main method. This is actually the entrance of the program. So mostly in one project you have one entrance to go in to start the first step of your application, and this is in Java they call it the main method. All right, so I just finished. So you see here we have the car app in the package of the ID hello. This is the namespace, right? And then you see here the package will be named ID hello, and in the real world in the directory you can see that it will be tackled in Java, this one, right? So you see the package name, the namespace is built by the directory in Java. This is and then you have the car app Java. You see here from the Java ID hello is actually this directory name, and then you have the class name. In each other programming language is quite different. For example, if you learn Swift for Apple environment, iOS or iPadOS or macOS, they don't have this kind of directory structure to have a namespace, so you can put your code everywhere you like. Yeah, but just to add the namespace, the package name. But Java is very special in this area. It has in principle at the end it creates directory structure for the namespace. So something like this one means, and then we say here system out. This is how to make an output, right? Work. Let's run it. Just right mouse click, and you just say here run as Java application, and you see here the first step, hello world. So actually this is a start for everything. So actually quite simple. And also in this case, because you are using Maven, you can also say, if you click on the project name, Jep hello, you can run as a Maven build, right? In this case, you can also run it in Maven, but in this case, it's very simple. Actually, always use the Java application, and that's it. If you want to package this application later on, give it to your user, for example, you can use this here run as Maven build. You see here hello package. This is actually the command for Maven, the goal package, for example, and just run it. So build success. So it means it has packaged your whole application, as you can see here in the target later on. Just show the directory outside of the IDE. You see here the target is now getting full, right? And you have a jar file, the jep hello 001 is the version, minus a snapshot. This is the development version, .jar. So this is actually the packaging part which you can deliver to your user through the packaging of Maven package. All right, so let's go back. Just like this, very simple. To run it, if you need to know how to run it again and so on, I have a ChatGPT part for you. Just ask them. And summary, we have seen the first application, right? So what you need is always the Java runtime and an SDK software development kit. The latest GDK at this time is GDK 21, and next year Java will be 30 years old, right? So it's quite a bit long, the story. So I'm working with Java since the first version, the 1.0, 1995, something like that. And yeah, it's already amazing that after 30 years, everything is getting stable and performs very good in Java, because a lot of companies also working on this runtime and this Java development kit. Very nice. Yeah, the latest one is GDK 21. You need an IDE, a Java IDE, integrated development environment. In this case, today I show you Eclipse, but you can also take a look at Visual Studio Code or whatever other IDE. If you are using GitHub Copilot, the new AI assistant for your coding, which is good for sometimes very good because it's very nice. Maybe Visual Studio Code would be actually a good way because Microsoft integrate Visual Studio Code and GitHub Copilot very, very good because GitHub is bought by Microsoft right today, so everything is very good integrated. But still, I'm using Eclipse. Eclipse is also good. You have also a plugin for GitHub Copilot. Just try by yourself. The build system Maven, mostly integrated in the IDE. If you don't have it, you can also install it by yourself with the help of the SDK man, for example. And then you build your app actually with the basic of the foundation of this one. So this is actually the summary for you, and I hope for this part you can write your first Java application with GDK 21, with the build system Maven, with an IDE, just like what I've shown you in Hello World part. All right. Now we are going to the data types and variables. So what does it mean, data types and variables? In Java, we have actually two types of data types. The first type, the so-called primitive data types, and the second one is actually the reference data types. The primitive one is actually built into the programming language itself, is, for example, byte with the small caps in the beginning, right? Long int is integer, boolean, char. I think everything in primitive data types, they have always small caps for writing the data type. This is included in the programming language Java. Also for the performance, very optimized. So if you need to calculate a lot of things, always use the primitive data types instead of the reference data type. The reference data type is actually more an object, just like the object-oriented programming language. So it's also kind of object. So string, for example, in this case, is an object. Boolean with the cap b, not this Boolean, is actually also a reference data type, is actually an object. Integer, also an object. So this is quite in the beginning quite confusing for a lot of programmer, because what is actually, why should I use a primitive? Why should I use the reference? In a lot of calculation, I would say use the primitive, very simple and very fast. If you model something with a real world, you can use the reference because it's easier to model, right? And in some kind of a class like the string, you have a lot of methods, you have a lot of behaviors you can use directly, or in Boolean as well, in integer as well, but not in the primitive data type, because primitive is not an object. Take a look at this one. This is the explanation. This is the reference and data type is actually just a class, or it's just an object at the end. We can also ask here, when should I use the Boolean primitive instead of Boolean reference? For example, you should choose between the Boolean primitive Boolean reference type in Java depending on specific needs, performance, knowability, and usage context. Performance is sure for that part you need to use the primitive types. But if the performance is not the questions, you can use the reference part. In the meantime, they also optimize a lot of these reference types. So actually, you can exchange a lot of things directly. You can also make use of a Boolean directly exchangeable between the reference type and the primitive type nowadays. This one, or yeah, this is an example, right? Of data types, and variables mean actually that you define a data type, like this one, a temperature. This is the variables, and then you have it. You can use a value of that part, and afterwards you can use the variables. User input and output. We have seen the user output, the system out, right? But what is the user input? User input is actually, like I told you, computers always input, processing, output. Also in AI, you have input, processing, and output. Therefore, you have garbage in, garbage out, right? So if you put something bad into your processing, you will also get something bad out of it. This is a typical. And the basic user input in Java is actually, you have two classes, a scanner class and buffer reader. And scanner class is actually most used one. You can ask ChatGPT more about this input type. Normally today, of course, you have a user interface to make your input, right? You have whether a desktop app or a web app to make your input, or speech today, or chatting with chatbots will be also input part. So you have a different kind of possibility to use or to make your user input nowadays. But the very foundation one is actually the scanner input in Java. Let's take a look at that one. Already prepared some of the app, which is you can download it in from the GitHub. So this is the very simple input. I think I've done this. Get the scanner input. It means that you have a try block, because scanner is input. Input you have to close afterward, after you're using it. If you don't close it, maybe you have a leak, a memory leak, right? So therefore, in some kind of input, you need to have a try finally block, which is at the end, it will close the stream, the input stream automatically. This is why we have this try block. So the scanner, we just create a new scanner with the system in. It means that actually we create a new input, and then you can say here, we make an output, enter your name, and then scanner next line from this scanner means that it wait for your input and enter your age. And you see here the scanner next in, it means the type is integer, what I expected here. And we'll be say the age. Let's try this one. Right. You see here, enter your name. Enter your age. 20. Okay, there's a lot of things, but this happens. This one. Hello, Lofi, you are 20 years old, for example. And if you try to put something different, string is always easy, right? But the age here must be an integer, but I put it as a string. Yeah. What happened? It will cost me actually an exception, an error. Yeah, because it actually expected that you have here integer, which is you will input it, but it gets a string. So you say, oh, Java util input mismatch exception. This is the error in this class. So it's not right. So in this case, the exception is calling. So you have an error. So this try catch or this try finally will still be executed. So after this problem happen, it still can close the system in actually the stream. So you don't have a memory leak in your app. All right, the whole example, which I show you, can be downloaded here into the GitHub. I have explicitly one project for the GitHub for this tutorial, Java Earth. Just take a look here and play with it. You just can check out the whole code and then run it as you wish. User output. Output is primarily handled using system out. We have seen it, the first print in, how it worked. Print text on the same line, and print ln, print line, print text followed by a new line. This is also only the differences. Printf it provides output similar to printf in C. Also quite easy. Just take a look again at the example output. Like this one. Output hello world, print line into new line, and this is the printf with formatting. So you have here at D this the sign D here in this case in years old decimal value to format the 25 years old. In this case, it's not that not important, but you can a lot of doing a lot of formatting for dating, dates, decimal values, currency, and so on. Ask ChatGPT for more information if you want to know. Just ask. This is the first is input and also input output. Can ask how to use printf. Can you explain to me how to use printf more? Okay. You see here, you can use specifier to format the content. D is the decimal integer value, integer value, the D. F is for the floating point, S for the string. And you can see here number 1, 2, 3 for the D is an integer with right aligned because you say it this one. Also price. This is currency, right? From the 19.999 is a 20 euro, for example, in this case. So you can do a lot of formatting actually here easily and yeah, for the output. Loops and conditionals. Traditional loop is for while, do while, for each. I think this is the basic one. And as I told you in the beginning, they added some functional programming approach for doing loops with the stream API. Okay, recursive is actually already still a long time ago, right? This is a typical functional programming approach. Stream iterate, also quite interesting. Just take a look what this look like for the loops. You see here, for loop is the very simple one, right? You have for, this is like a C syntax. Integer I is from 0, and I index is just more than 5. You increment the index and you make a system out with the index, and that's it. Actually, this is just a simple for loop. I think we already know. So the while loop is some different kind, but it's still the old one. A do while, you also have it in Java, like this one. Instead of while, do something with the while afterwards. And some kind of new is actually the for each one. For each is quite handy for looping to some kind of array, for example, in this case, right? You have an array of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have here a for each loop for the numbers, and just easily you can print out the numbers. So this is very handy. You don't need to know what kind of index, like this one. Just go through the array and then you make an output out of it. The stream API is a bit different. This is the functional one, the first one we Java added actually. And if you can see here, you have also an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is will be created as a numbers, the list of integer value. So I have a list of integer value, which is a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then the numbers here, using a stream API, I can filter the array list. This is a filter. First, the even number. So I filter out all the even number, the 2 and 4, for example, and map it actually doing the square numbers. So the rest of it, I will go for the square one. So the rest of it, 1 square 1, 3 square 3, and 5 square 5. And then for each of them, please do a system out print ln. So you just give output to each result, which you map it already to the square numbers. So this is the new stream API in Java. So maybe in the beginning quite difficult to read, right? But if you are used to that, you say, okay, the numbers is some kind of stream, is some kind of running stream. You filter out of it some of the number, and you map it into the square to make a square number. And then for each of that result, you give it out into system out. This is how actually you read such a stream API. Recursion, of course, is just a normal, recursion. You have here per number 5. You have integer 5. If n equals to 0, it will go back up from the recursion. But if not the case, you just print again through the recursive area here. The next level is using the stream iterate. It's quite similar at the same API, but it's different. What is stream iterate? Is actually just like this. You have to iterate between 0 and n to plus 1. This one is to iterate, and you say, okay, this is without limit. You can go everywhere you like because n could be something, I don't know, 100, 200, whatever, but you limit it into the 5. So you have a value of 1 till 5 in this case. And then for each of them, please make a system out. This is how you read it. So actually, it's always similar like this one, like the stream API. You have a stream of value, and then you try to reduce the value what you like to have, or you map it into the value you want to calculate, and then at the end you try to bring it to the output. This is always the story using a functional implementation in for loops in Java. All right. I can run it, but I think it's no use at all because this is quite easy. Okay, interesting is also you can see something like this. We copy this one into on our ChatGPT, right? Wait a second, ChatGPT. Okay, sorry, I need to have the loops. This one. You can ask ChatGPT, what is the result of this method? You can also run it like this one. And then wait with. You see here, and ChatGPT can also write it. So sometimes it's also run a Java program outside the ChatGPT to get the result, or the Python. In Python, you can also completely done here in ChatGPT because they have a Python runtime in ChatGPT at the end, and it can also run a Python program and give the result for you. So you don't need to run it in your IDE today. You can also run it in the ChatGPT to have the result. All right, so let's go back. So this is actually the functional programming approach. Today you have also in Java to make a consistent code, so it's easier readable to see the result at the end. Conditional is just a simple one. I think everyone know what the conditional. Take it here. The if statement is just a simple one. The if-else statement. If-else, if-else rather, so you can make a lot of if-else conditions as you wish. And then you have a switch expressions. And this is the most simple one in use in Java. In switch at the end, today you have also an extensibility in the switch statement. There are some kind of new stuff in switch statement, but it's actually more advanced topic. All right, so let's go back. So the last point I think is the visibility access modifiers. At least you've heard about this once. At the end, each of the class methods, class variables or attributes need have the access modifiers and accessibility, visibility to access to. In the methods, you have a public method which is accessible for all. The protected is actually not only accessible from the inheritance class. The default with no modifier is a package visibility, so it and only can be accessed in the same namespace in the same package, and the private one is only accessible in one class. Also, the class can be a public, can also be a default without accessibility. So it means it's only in a package. Default is always package level, so you can access the class only in the same package, not outside of the package. And you also have a concept of inner class in Java, which can also be public protected, default in a package, in the same package accessible, or private. If you want to know more about this one, just take a look at the ChatGPT and ask and deep dive to see what actually does it means, what kind of example you have, and so on. All right. So now we are coming to the last part, I think, the testing part. This is very important today because, as I told you, everything what you implemented, you should test it by yourself first, right? So the first step of testing, I will show you just a simple concept in this area, which is actually quite useful building for the app. This is not only important for Java application, but it's actually generally, if you are building a Python app also, you will need to have a testing. This is the so-called testing pyramid. You can also chat with ChatGPT for this part. This is like building a house, right? So in the foundation, you have a unit test. Unit test is actually the basic one. It tests the unit. The unit in this case is you test the class. So very small one, but this is a very important one because this is the foundation. The second one is actually the component test. This is a bit more than just a unit, just a class. Maybe it's a collection of classes you have as a component, and you test it as a component. The integration test will be also a bit more than the component test because you also have here, for example, if your app has a database access or your app has internet access, you will also need to test completely integrated. Yeah, so you have also to have a test to test the whole application with the database. And this is what we call actually the integration test. And the system test at the end, at the top, is actually if you are finishing doing your implementation, you run the system, you run the application, and then you have something or someone who tests the whole application by just clicking the app and so on. So it's the end test at the end-to-end test, we call it also. So today maybe you have a user interface which you then test in this end-to-end test, but later on, I think because of the AI, you will maybe only have a chatbot user interface. So it would be less a system test because everything is a chatbot instead of using UI. So they will become a different kind of system test. This is the classification of tests, just to see. You have a lifecycle test, purposes test, approaching test, scope, role, and function test. And what I've shown you today is only the scope test. I mean, the unit test, the very basic one, the foundation one. But as I told you, a lot of testing mechanism is also very important in programming. So unit test, what is it? Actually, JUnit is a popular unit testing framework for Java application. It allows a developer to write and run tests for individual units of code. Unit of code is actually an object-oriented programming language, is the class. So to ensure that the whole implementation what we have in the class will work as expected. By providing a structured way to write tests, JUnit promotes a better quality, reduce bugs, and facilitates refactoring. I remember to read an article about this part. Someone said, no, I don't need to write a test because I'm a very good developer. I don't make a bug, and so I don't have to make a test, right? So it's quite interesting because at the end, it doesn't count whether you can write a good code and you don't write the bugs. But at the end, it's all about communication with other developers, and it's easier for other developers to understand your code if you have a unit test, because it's actually also showing us how the code implemented using the JUnit. Let's take a look directly into the example. Got everything here. So this is a unit test. what I've seen will show you in a JUnit. The first step actually to add the JUnit library. So this is a very simple one. You see here we have now a dependencies adding to our application. The JUnit Jupyter framework for testing. You can also ask this in ChatGPT in the link in the bottom of my slide, how to add the JUnit, but this is quite simple. You just add the dependency to this library and that's it. The code, the main code is still the same, right? So this is the loops stuff. I just changed something here. For example, the while loop return the index amount, the number 5 here out, and which I can test afterwards. So just take a look at the test now in the source test Java, in the second directory. I have a class a loop examples test. So it means this test the unit loop examples. Take a look at this one. It's actually quite simple. You have here a test method. You mark the test method with the add annotation test. So Java knows, oh, okay, this is actually the test method which I have to run. In this case, examples.loop. For loop, the method I tested this one. This method I tested in this test class. And the second one here, example while loop. This one, and it return index amount. I just have to test whether the result 5, because at the end, if it's finished with the while loops, it will return a 5. Right? So I just say here, assert equals the result. This is what I expected. In this case, 5 is the result. If it's not 5, it's wrong. So that's actually how to you write a unit test. Just run it. Run as JUnit test. You see here the while loop. Make an iteration until 4, but the amount is a 5. So this is green. So this is everything correct. If I just put here 4, for example, right again, save and run. So, oops, no. Okay, this is all the tests. Actually, I just want to run this one. It will, if I run here, it will run all the tests which I actually defined here. But actually, I just want to run this one. So just run this part. Oops, this is red. So it say to me, you have an assertion error, because actually I expected to have 4 as a result, but the actual value is actually 5. So it doesn't match, right? So something happened with your method. So this is wrong. So this is how actually you prove your method. If you implement something complex here, in this case it's not that complex, right? This is very simple while loop, but mostly you have a complex algorithm here, and you have something you expected to have at the end with some of the data. You tested like this one, and you asserted at the end that your expectation is really the result of you have get here in the result of the method. Now, this is very important today. Nobody write a code today without any unit test like this. All right, the naming of testing is also quite interesting actually. You can hear the before each actually quite interesting, because it says to me before each time if I run the whole test here, the complete test. So you have a method you tested. It will run for that one and that one. You see here test while loop, test for loop, right? It will run everything before of each running of the test. This code will be executed because I mark this code as a before each. Before each of testing running, you will create a new loop examples object, this class what I want to test, and save it into my variables example so that I can use it afterwards in every of the single tests. This is actually what happened in this case. Yeah. For naming is also something important. This is not a good naming test for loop. Mostly today, you will see here, you rename that one into test. Is of course a test. It's a double meaning, so you don't need to use them. Maybe mostly is a for loop example or something like that. So in this one, while example. This is a better naming because you can read actually the test, what kind of test you are doing here. Yeah, and with some underscore is actually easier to read today. So you just run this again. Should be green everywhere, but you can see here it's easier to read. And this is mostly actually the things you write today, how you are testing. Okay. Just ask ChatGPT for more information about unit tests. This is the most basic part of testing, and it is a must today. All right, so everything what you write, you should have a test for that part. So now we are finished with the whole Java Foundations part. So I hope that it helps you by trying later on with the whole Java programming. Now we are moving to the Geoscience in Java. So we are taking a look at some of the libraries so far. We won't have any enough time to test everything, but I think with the help of ChatGPT, you can really make the integration easily. Just showing some of them, but it's a really huge amount of libraries you have for Geoscience in Java. This is the first thing. GPX is Java library for creating, reading, and writing GPS and GPX format. Very interesting. Very good.
Geoscience.
Sorry? Okay. And you have also GPSD for Java, a library to use data from GPSD daemon in Java applications. Now, most of them are here open source. As you can see, it's all available through github.com. Sorry, someone asking or? No? All right. Earth Science is an Eclipse RCP platform for creating application for visualization of Earth Science data. It uses the NISA Worldwide Java SDK. We can take a look later on. There's a NISA GDK library for Java. It's also in github.com. Very interesting. Also here, you can take a look at ChatGPT, and additionally to this part, because this is the part where ChatGPT doesn't work really well if you're asking for the concrete libraries. I add this one, Perplexity AI. Perplexity AI has a different mechanism as a ChatGPT. Perplexity AI is actually is a search engine. So you search something first, and then if you have the result, you will make a summary based on natural human language. And so the result is really nice to see, right? So I'll just show you this one. This is the perplexity. You can ask something, for example, who is Dewanto? No. ChatGPT can hallucinate in this case. If he doesn't know Luffy Dewanto, just say Luffy is someone, whatever. And perplexity is actually, I like to use it to check the fact, because in perplexity you always have the source of the information. You can see here This is the sources. The question is in German. The sources is actually the Devento is my homepage. This is also my homepage. This is IT Tage is a conference day, and all of things you have here. The what they call it, the sources, LinkedIn, Session Nice, the Twitter, and here my old university alma mater, University of Münster, where I worked before, and you see here that through the whole sources, it makes actually a nice readable summary. So I use it very oftenly to see whether ChatGPT has a good result, or ChatGPT just hallucinate, right? Don't only trust ChatGPT, because it's difficult if you just trust ChatGPT. So close it. So OpenSHA, also open source Java-based platform for conducting seismic hazard analysis. It's also huge models for seismic analysis. Very interesting. Meteo Info is also a Java-based software suite for multidimensional geoscientific and data visualization. Also very interesting with the 2D and 3D visualization capabilities, but we will see some of other visualization library in Java. GeoTools, one of a very famous one. Location tag is also location aware components. Is also now become a Eclipse project. It's just like Apache. Eclipse is a consortium for open source software, a huge one. Apache is very famous, of course, already a long time ago. Eclipse is becoming also very famous, also a long time already. And so Eclipse is actually not only an IDE, right? It's not a Java IDE, but it's a collection of a lot of open source projects. It's a huge consortium at the end. ShapeMap, Sysfile. You can read this everywhere. If you need one of it, just take a look. Very interesting. WordPoint Java SDK. This is very interesting one because it's developed by NASA. It's very nice for visualization and interacting with Earth data. GPX parser again. This is but for Android. GeoAPI.org for the spatial information. Yeah, that's it. So it's a lot of libraries for geoscience in this area. You can dive in for every single part of this one. I have Perplexity and also ChatGPT, so you can ask them later how to integrate. The integration of that library is actually always the same, like I've shown you with the JUnit, right? So the first step to see what kind of dependencies do you need to add in your application in Maven, the POM XML. After that, you add the library, the JUnit one, you can use the API. And for that, you need some kind of documentation, or in IDE, you can just only type and see whether you get directly a documentation integrated into your IDE. Visualization libraries, generally in Java, you have the de facto standard library, JFree a professional high quality chart in Java application, also open source. And if you are writing a desktop application in Java, you can have a JavaFX charting. This is integrated in JavaFX. So just integrate JavaFX for your user interface in desktop, and you have it. JFreeChart is also working for web server. It means that if you have a web application, you generate the chart on the server side, and then you deliver the chart as a JPEG, for example, or PNG file to your web browser. Interesting is this one. You have some visualization libraries for the browser. Normally you have everything in browser in JavaScript, right? So also for the visualization, In this case, I'm also active working in GWT, the GWT checker transpiler. Is actually a transpiler from Java to JavaScript, because in web browser it only runs JavaScript, right? And there are also a lot of Java library for the web browser, which is based, of course, on JavaScript. So it's actually just a wrapper of JavaScript library for charting, for visualization, but it's all written in Java, so you can just write your code in Java and then translate it afterward into JavaScript. A lot of here, a lot of choices. Just take a look. Charba is one of a very good one. I think this is a really, really nice. You have a lot of possibility to make graphics like this one. You see here, very nice graphics. What you have a chart in bar, line, donut, radar. All of this one is actually JavaScript based because it's run on a web browser, right? But it will be a wrap into Java, which is Java stuff, so you can use it normally like a Java application, Java development, and afterwards you translate or transpile. Transpile means a source to source translation. You translate it into the JavaScript. But it's very transparent for you as a Java developer because you only need to know how to write in Java. This is very, very nice. Coloring, plugins. So everything you can use for free, and yeah, very nice to visualize your result of your data. So that's it for the visualization, and at the end, doing some geosciences need to have calculation, right? This is the most important part, in my opinion. There are a lot of libraries for numerical calculations in Java, and the first one is actually integrated into the Java library directly in the GDK. This is the math package. You have basic arithmetic, you have trigonometric functions, logarithm and exponentiations, power and roots. You have random numbers. This is supported directly in Java. If you want to know about it more, just take a look at this one. Using math, this is you don't need a library for this part because it's directly integrated into Java. So scientific library, just test it by yourself. It's very nice, simple but nice. So just use it first if you just need this easy mathematical numerical calculations. The next one is, of course, the Apache Common Math. It's very complete, very comprehensive, using for mathematical, statistical function, linear algebra, optimization, analysis. Very, very good one. Just include it into your Maven POM XML, and you have it, and you can use it. Very, very good. Also document it, or you just use so ChatGPT to ask for the documentation. Efficient Java matrix library, if you want to make a high performance calculation of matrix operations. You have also here alternative Java matrix package. So a lot of possibility to use. The most important part before you are using one of it, you just should take a look at how it's actually implemented, and also the community, whether you get some support from the community. Called for the high performance scientific and technical computing library, Java library for mathematics, Geoscience. Deep learning for J is also quite interesting. It's actually a high performance library for scientific computing and deep learning applications. This is some kind of deep learning. It's a machine learning and deep learning. This is very actually very mature already. So you don't need to write your own, right? So just take one of the free library and integrate it into your application. Fixed Apache Spark, also quite interesting for distributed computing engine for an Apache. All right, so that's it for the library. Let's take the last exercise. I think I take a look at the time. It's already I'm already more than 2 hours now, I think, talking here. Sorry for
Dr.
that.
Lofi, yes, almost time is over. But
Yes.
is this is the material, the last material?
Yes,
Okay,
I think
okay,
I just show you the how the exercise is doing, the
okay,
objective, and you can do it by yourself, right? So the
okay,
result is also there. You can learn by yourself. It's actually just a simple things, how to calculate distance between the two GPS coordinates, right? So
okay.
so between Paris and I think it's I don't know, Los Angeles, and how to calculate such a distance with Java application. The first step is of course using the math package, and the second step using the library I've shown you before in the list, which is maybe you have then a different result afterwards, but you can see why actually you have the different results between the two math package or the library package. So just try yourself. This is the solution, the explanation also in ChatGPT. Yeah, have fun. Okay, you only can also then afterwards adding JavaX to build a chart. This is also maybe a good way to have a homework for that part. And as a summary, the last part here, recap and takeaways. Java is still live and kicking as the version 21. A long time support is there. You should use the new one. There are a lot of Java libraries for geoscience. As you know, Java is extensively used in enterprise application. Making proficiency in Java is a valuable asset for advancing your career later on if you want to work in the software development area. This is the TOB index. Python is the top one today because of the data engineering stuff, the AI stuff. The second part is actually still C++. It's actually still very, very machine near language. And the third place is actually Java, right? So a lot of jobs are available through Java in enterprise level. And yeah, it's good things if you can learn Java and know how to implement app in Java. The next step would be just explore an advanced workshop on Java, for example, web development. We have seen here just a simple console application development, but web development would be great. And also Android app development is also based on Java. So just try that part to know, to dive in more into the Java area. And also, if you want to solve problems in geoscience, just deep dive into one of the libraries I've shown you, and yeah, have a nice try. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Luffy. Wow, it's an interesting tutorial for us. Give us
Hopefully.
introduce the fundamental concept of Java programming and application in geoscience. Thank you very much, Dr. Luffy.
You're
Uh,
welcome.
wow, it's very nice that just you said because who want to ask about this Java program with geoscience? Just ask to ChatGPT.
Yes, that's actually, this is the new method I've been using first time because I think ChatGPT is very, very good at the end. And you can
Yes.
ask them as a teacher, right? So you ask, hey, you are my teacher, Java teacher, please teach me how to program in Java. So it's very,
Wow,
very good.
it's wonderful. Make easier to know about anything.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your tutorial today. So I see, Mr. Robbie, you have a question to Dr. Robbie.
Yes, please.
Robbie? Okay, please.
Yeah, I have question for Dr. Lofi. First of all, I would like to thank you, Dr. Lofi, for the thorough and comprehensive tutorial. I'm new in Java. I previously I'm a software engineer actually, and I code mainly in Python, and previously is C Sharp. So
Okay.
yeah, in geospatial especially, I saw there are two aspects of usage in geospatial software. First is the data store, how we serve geospatial data. Like if you know, there is a geo server, which is very one of the prominent open source web GIS data store. And it's mainly written in Java. And even the industry standard, which is the S3 AGERS Enterprise, is using Java also. So I think for the enterprise and the interoperability side, Java offers the stability, and the ecosystem is very mature for that. But
Agree. 100% agree. Yes.
yeah, even S3 is that. Yeah, I'm kind of a bit surprised also for that. But one of my question is, when we serve for a lot of user, how is Java scaling? How is the scalability of Java server? So
Yeah.
I usually saw that in Indonesian government, for example, they serve web maps, and they serve it both in using S3 products or the open source like GeoServer, I mean. And uh, at, I think I saw that there is a performance bottleneck, which is maybe if the usage is small, it can serve well, but when it needs to serve heavily for data that is compute intensive, like converting to web tiling, it's very hard for the server to keep up. So
Okay.
how does the scale works in Java?
Yeah.
Maybe yeah.
Actually, Java is one of a platform which is scale very, very good. Yeah, as you can see, a lot of huge company like IBM, Microsoft, Oracle, they all have their own Java virtual machine, right? So, for example, Semeru, I talked with the chief architect of the Semeru on IBM, and he told me actually why they actually write their own GVM because of performance, for example. So it means that they have a really huge application also for AI, also for analyzing data and so on, and they have their own GVM to be able to have a very good performance on it. But also the normal GVM is actually performant enough for a lot of things. So we have a lot of comparison of performance and Java, especially in the long term, because this is actually the fair dynamic, right? So you have a virtual machine. Yeah, maybe in short term to just run the application for short for fast is not that optimized because for that part you always need the native code. But if you run in the long term, it has the so-called garbage collection, right? So it will analyze the whole time your actual behaviors of the whole application for I don't know 1 month, and it will optimize the whole time. So as long as it's running, it will optimize every time. So in the long term, it's actually Java has a best performance. I'm not sure how actually it's implemented as you asked me about why is actually they have a performance bottleneck because yes, you can also write a bad Java program and it will be very slow. Yes, of course. And for that part, you have a lot of tools to analyze the performance to see where's the bottleneck. Maybe like I've shown you once, you have a memory leak, right? You have resources which you open, but you then close, right? So it will the whole time it will increase the amount of your memory, And at some point it will crash because of a memory leak, because you don't have enough memory. So that's a complicated part, and but you can analyze today. And for sure, Java is one of the best performance language we have, because of the Java virtual machine is really optimized nowadays. And also we have in Java 21, 23 or 21, I'm not sure, a new thread model. Because threads is some kind, if you want to have a parallelism in your application, right? So the new thread is actually quite optimized, reuse one or less than threads from the operating system. So it will be also much more performant to have a Java application using the new threads model in Java 21 or 23. So I can say just actually it's always the question of how to implement the program, and you have to analyze the program if you have some performance bottleneck, but it never rely on Java itself, because there's a lot of transactional systems developed in Java, also for a huge what to call it, banking, insurance, also real-time transactions. They all have the possibility, and a lot of them using Java.
So just quick response, is it
Yeah.
possible? So we see trends that maybe the we use horizontal scaling, so different machine can be initiated, created instantly. And you mentioned that Java use JVM, virtual machine. Is it also horizontal scaling?
Yeah, it's possible, of course, to make a horizontal scaling, but you have to be careful, as horizontal scaling means that you also need to write your application stateless, right? So if you don't make a stateless your application stateful, it will be very difficult to make a horizontal scaling. You can just add a new computing or the computer server parallel, but if you have state, then you have to distribute the state. And that's always the problem. Therefore, in that case, you need to be very careful and try to make your application, of course, stateless. But it's again how it's actually your application is programmed, right? So you need to analyze that part if your application is not that performant.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lofi.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lofi. Thank you for Mr. Robi. Now, the end of the session, the committee will give Dr. Dewanto a certificate by online. Maybe please stop the share screen maybe before Dr. Lofi, can you
Okay,
stop
sorry.
screen? Okay.
So,
Okay. There's the certificate
thank you very
from
much.
committee for Dr. Lofi for this
Thank you.
tutorial. It's very interesting tutorial. Now, the end of this session, all of the participants give thanks to Dr. Lofi Dewanto for the tutorial sharing today. So next time, maybe we can meet with Dr. Lofi, but now he is in German. Yeah, you
Yes.
still in German.
Yes, fair.
So
Yeah.
you still
But
heard.
maybe later I will visit again. Thank you very much for Mr. Oni for inviting me for this workshop. Very nice. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So all participants, we have a break now. We meet in at 2 o'clock or 2 o'clock p.m. for the last session maybe. So thank you very much all participants. Thank you very much, Dr. Lofi. Bye bye.
Thank
See
you.
you next
Thank you.
teman.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Pak Robi, we continue to next. Maybe we have a break for how many time? Just 1 hour or
I need to make sure with Pak
with Pak
Iqbal.
Iqbal? Because it's 2 o'clock, maybe we directly to closing the session or say closing the seminar. So
Yeah.
ask Pak Iqbal. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
This is Manado City, a land of immeasurable diversity, a land that offers vast opportunities. This is the nexus of hopes and aspirations from across the archipelago.
We have 11 faculties with 74 programs of both undergraduates and postgraduate. We have around 28,000 students and 1,700 lecturers.
Welcome to University Sam Ratchalangi. We have become the biggest, best, and leading university in Sulawesi Utara and also Indonesia. Here at University Sam Ratchalangi, the best and brightest from across the region come to study. From diverse backgrounds, we build an intellectual community that enriches and enhances humanity. For superior generations, University Sam Ratchalangi provides world-class learning facilities. We recognize that each individual is unique with unique talents and interests. As such, University Sam Ratchalangi provides opportunities for every individual to develop themselves. Hopes and aspirations from across the archipelago.
We have 11 faculties with 7 postgraduate. We have around 28,000 students and 1,700 lecturers.
Welcome to University Sam Ratchalangi. We have become the biggest, best, and leading university in Sulawesi Utara and also Indonesia. Here at University Sam Ratchalangi, the best and brightest from across the region come to study. From diverse backgrounds, we build an intellectual community that enriches and enhances humanity. For superior generations, University Sam Ratchalangi provides world-class learning facilities. We recognize that each individual is unique with unique talents and interests. As such, University Sam Ratchalangi provides opportunities for every individual to develop themselves to their fullest. University Sam Ratchalangi provides and fully supports students with great facilities and activities.
OES has such a large network of professionals.
If you are passionate about engineering and the oceans, please have a look to IEEE OES.
The thing I like about this whole entire industry and and community is that we are all a very tightly knitted community working on different aspects of oceans, and they are all very helpful to share their knowledge. And I think this is very important for a student when you are like just starting out.
Opportunities. This is the nexus of hopes and aspirations from across the archipelago.
We have 11 faculties with 74 study programs of both undergraduates and postgraduate. We have around 28,000 students and 1,700 lecturers.
Welcome to Universitas Sam Ratchalangi. We have become the biggest, best, and leading university in Sulawesi Utara and also Indonesia. Here at Universitas Sam Ratchalangi, the best and brightest from across the region come to study. From diverse backgrounds, we build an intellectual community that enriches and enhances humanity. For superior generations, Universitas Sam Ratchalangi provides world-class learning facilities. We recognize that each individual is unique with unique talents and interests. As such, Universitas Sam Ratchalangi provides opportunities for every individual to develop themselves to their fullest. Universitas Sam Ratchalangi provides and fully supports students with great facilities and activities, so that students are able to develop and grow to become their best. Together, we embrace our diversity to grow the future together. For Indonesia, for the world. Universitas Sam Ratchalangi. Unity in diversity.
Universitas Samratulangi, Sito Timutu Moutu.
OES has such a large network of professionals.
If you are passionate about engineering and the oceans, please have a look to IEEE OES.
The thing I like about this whole entire industry and community is that we are all a very tightly knitted community working on different aspects of oceans, and they are all very helpful to share their knowledge. And I think this is very important for a student when you are like just starting out.
We're solving global problems. We're solving problems that span the entire Earth because the ocean spans the entire Earth. And we're helping people all over the world by solving these problems. So it's just a fun career to get into.
This is Manado City, a land of immeasurable diversity, a land that offers vast opportunities. This is the nexus of hopes and aspirations from across the archipelago.
We have 11 faculties with 74 study programs of both undergraduates and postgraduate. We have around 28,000 students and 1,700 lecturers.
Welcome to Universitas Sam Ratchalangi. We have become the biggest, best, and leading university in Sulawesi Utara and also Indonesia. Here at Universitas Sam Ratchalangi, the best and brightest from across the region come to study. From diverse backgrounds, we build an intellectual community that enriches and enhances humanity. For superior generations, Universitas Sam Ratchalangi provides world-class learning facilities. We recognize that each individual is unique with unique talents and interests. As such, Universitas Sam Ratchalangi provides opportunities for every individual to develop themselves to their fullest. Universitas Sam Ratchalangi provides and fully supports students with great facilities and activities, so that students are able to develop and grow to become their best. Together, we embrace our diversity to grow the future together. For Indonesia, for the world. Universitas Sam Ratchalangi. Unity in diversity.
Universitas Samratulangi, Sito Timutumotu.
OAS has such a large network of professionals.
If you are passionate about engineering and the oceans, please have a look to IEEE OAS.
The thing I like about this whole entire industry and community is that we are all a very tightly knitted community working on different aspects of oceans, and they are all very helpful to share their knowledge. And I think this is very important for a student when you are like just starting out.
We're solving global problems. We're solving problems that span the entire Earth because the ocean spans the entire Earth. And we're helping people all over the world by solving these problems. So it's just a fun career to get into.
This is Manado City, a land of immeasurable diversity, a land that offers vast opportunities. This is the nexus of hopes and aspirations from across the archipelago.
We have 11 faculties with 74 study programs of both undergraduates and postgraduate. We have around 28,000 students and 1,700 lecturers.
Welcome to Universitas Sam Ratchalangi. We have become the biggest, best, and leading university in Sulawesi Utara and also Indonesia. Here at Universitas Sam Ratchalangi, the best and brightest from across the region come to study. From diverse backgrounds, we build an intellectual community that enriches and enhances humanity. For superior generations, Universitas Sam Ratchalangi provides world-class learning facilities. We recognize that each individual is unique with unique talents and interests. As such, Universitas Sam Ratchalangi provides opportunities for every individual to develop themselves to their fullest. Universitas Sam Ratchalangi provides and fully supports students with great facilities and activities, so that students are able to develop and grow to become their best. Together, we embrace our diversity to grow the future together. For Indonesia, for the world. Universitas Sam Ratchalangi. Unity in diversity.
Universitas Samratulangi, Sito Timutumoutu.
Tes, tes, tes. Udah, sekarang mau diumumkan katanya. Suara terdengar?
Terdengar, Pak.
Oke.
Pak Gustan, Bu Marina udah on cam.
Udah masuk. Kok dimatiin, Pak, nih?
Ya udah cek.
Sudah bisa dimulai, Pak.
Bisa, bisa.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we would like to inform the closing and announcements will be presented by Dr. Agustan from the Indonesia Society Remote Sensing. Please, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So now we come up to the closing ceremony of the 2024 IEEE Asia Pacific Conference on Geoscience and Remote Sensing. So we are very happy with today's conference and various topics, and also from broadcast from the Manado, North Sulawesi province in Indonesia. So before we announce some announcement, award, and everything, we would like to invite Pak Arifin Nugroho. Since during the opening session, we heard that Pak Arifin Nugroho will change as a chair of the IEEE Indonesia Aerospace and Geoscience Remote Sensing Society to Pak Wahyudi Asbi, So maybe I think this is the last year for him to serve as IEEE AGERS joint chapter. And during his leadership, the AGERS can be performed until today since 2018. So this is the 7th AGERS conference under Pak Arifin supervision. So we would like to invite Pak Arifin Nugroho to give a speech before we announce the award presentation. So Pak Arifin, would you please?
Okay. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it was very memorable that I have been working together with the great expert in remote sensing and geoscience technology. I cannot mention one by one, but I think without them, I didn't believe that the AGERS as it is now, and we got a lot of memory, but the most important one is we can we can have a good spirit that this very knowledge and also science and technology embodying our conference now is really something that we have to pursue to the higher and higher ranking. So I believe, of course, that right after this, from 2 days on, the AGERS will be developing and always come up with the newer spirits and newer knowledge, and also inviting a lot of what you call it, what the contributors from all over the world. As I mentioned before, that actually right now we are penetrating not only Asia Pacific, but we are getting across the almost the entire world, and this is because of you guys, the most productive and smart, and I'm very happy to be what you call it, cooperating with you in the past. But although I will be retiring from this position, I will always be happy to cooperate with you for the future. And I think this is inshallah my promise. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you very much, Pak Arifin. Thank you. So now, before we come up to the next step for our publication, there is some announcement from Pak Iqbal Habibi as the chair of the conference related to your paper, which should be improved and what next to do for our publication that will be submitted to the IEEE Explore. So Pak Iqbal, would you please inform us the latest condition of the manuscript for technical?
Yes, wait a moment. Okay, let me inform the status for the manuscript AGERS this year until okay. So as I make the paper number and the author, some of today that some of the authors did not show the video, but already upload the manuscript. So some of them are not uploaded the manuscript, right? The final one, and also not yet send the copyright to us. Hopefully you can send the copyright that you made. So the first mark is mean that haven't sent, but this one double mark is haven't filled in the AGERS and also haven't sent us the file. So double mark is both not sent. And also some of the author is not formatted like AGERS does. Need to reformat it as a IEEE template. And then some yes, there is no uploaded, and then not uploaded, then send the file. And also yes, we will inform this to the your email. So the last one is from Jam side, not formatted, and the author is not matched. So hopefully can be send the final manuscript. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Iqbal. So all the requirements should be submitted to AGERS system?
Oh yes, for the final manuscript, as the in the AGERS is already closed, please send us to the AGERS Secretariat that we have been sent to your email these days. Okay, thank you very much. Your final manuscript. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Iqbal. I hope the instruction from Pak Iqbal is clear, yeah. So if there's any question, please don't hesitate to contact Mr. Iqbal by email or maybe by using WhatsApp. Okay, so now we come up to the report as a closing ceremony. So I will prepare for the material for it. So for this conference, we would, as a chairman and also the co-chair, we would like to report for this kind of the 2 days conference, the 2024 IEEE AGERS, 13-14 December 2024 from Centra Hotel and Samratulangi University, Manado, North Sulawesi, Indonesia, in hybrid mode, yeah, online and offline. Online by using Zoom. So for the first one, we would like to acknowledge Vice Rector on behalf of the Universitas Samratulangi, Bapak Mr. Dr. Insinyur Arthur Pinaria MP, Chair of IEEE Indonesia Section, Profesor Gamantio Hendratoro, Chair of IEEE ISGRS Joint Chapter, Dr. Arifin Nugroho, Chair of IEEE OSTEM Joint Chapter, Dr. Endang Wijiati, Indonesian Society for Remote Sensing, especially the North Sulawesi branch, Local Organizing Committee, Ibu Dr. Wiske, Dr. Sandra, Dr. Maxi, Miss Melissa, Dr. Iqbal, Dr. Marina, Diplong Ing, Oni Bibin Bintoro, Dr. Reni, Robi Arifandri, Zilda, and others that mentioned one by one. And also for the plenary speakers, we will already have 7 prominent professors. In the first day, we have Professor Lukman Chuah Abdullah from University Putra Malaysia, Professor Farina Ruzaik from University of Colombo, Sri Lanka, and then Dr. Ilham Alimuddin from University Hasanuddin, Indonesia. And then in this morning, the second day, we have Dr. Misita Anwar from Swinburne University, Australia. We have Dr. Tamer Saleh from Wuhan University in China, Dr. Takeo Ito from Nagoya University, Japan, and the last one is Dr. Wiske C. Rotinsulu from University Samratulangi, Indonesia. Thank you very much. And for the TPCs, Abdul Raul Terap Hasan, Izra Hayatu binti C. Hasim, Rodrigo Campos, Bortoleto, Lee Kichan, Simanis, Ricardo Solela, Paulo Kripa, Pascual Dottorato, and so on. This name is we cannot give many appreciation, but without her very hard job and very tough review, the quality of the 2024 IEEE AGERS will be guaranteed by this kind of very hard work by all the TPCs here. And also the reviewers that can improve and can make some improvement for our paper. Yeah. So thank you very much for the TPCs and also the reviewers. The name is already here and noted. And also for the moderator and chair session, Ibu Sandra Pakasi, Bapak Oni Bintoro, Pak Arifin, Pak Wahyudi Yasbi, Pak Iqbal, Pak Ilham, Ibu Rika, and Dr. Reni Sulistiawati. And for the tutor, we have 4 tutorial section during this conference. This is the first tutorial section during the 7 AGERS conference. Yeah, this is our first experience, and we have 4 of them. Pak Ajang Rahmat, Dr. Insinyur Kuncoro Pinardi, Lofi Dewanto, and Ilham Jamaluddin. Very interesting that we have this kind of session. And for the statistics, totally we have 92 papers submission, yeah, and at least we have 41 accepted, and accepted with minor revision is 18, so totally 59. So this kind of the acceptance rates ratio around 64%. So until today, paper submission is 94, paper accepted to be present is 59, paper presented until today is 49, so paper not presented 10. Number of authors' names in total is 319. Number of author countries is from 17 different countries. So we are very happy that all papers submitted for the AGERS come up from the 17 countries. It reflects the various region, but mostly from Indonesia, yeah, almost 71% from Indonesia, or the authors. And for the accepted papers, there are 224 names, and also majority from Indonesia, still 71%, followed by India, Philippines, Thailand, USA, Australia, Turkey, Oman, Pakistan, Japan, Malaysia, Iran, Bangladesh, Algeria, and Saudi Arabia. So now we come up to the presentation best student paper by Bu Marina.
Yes, congratulations for the best student paper. The best paper is by Lester Miguel Talento, Clark Christian Orzame, Lord Elgadin Tabu, with the title of AI-powered community reporting for environmental protection. Congratulations.
So congratulations. Now the best paper award from Pak Oni, best student presenter.
Best student presenter, Aldean Nur Alina, for her presentation, Accuracy Result Comparison of Machine Learning Classification for Mangrove on Worldview to Satellite Imagery. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And also best presenter award, Pak Oni.
And the best presenter award is given to Akas Das with his presentation entitled Application of YOLO 11 Classification for Efficient Waste Segmentation in Australia Recycling Facilities. Congratulations.
Best paper.
Again, best paper is Rapid Assessment of Economic Impact from Inundation in Karawang, Indonesia, a multi-platform geospatial approach. Marina Frederick, Edi Trithatmoko, Randy Handika, Putri Wibawanti, Parwati Sofyan. Congratulations.
Because he cannot
Yeah.
action for herself.
Thank you for the presentation, Edi Trihatmoko. Rapid Assessment of Economic Impact from Inundation in Karawang, Indonesia, multi-platform geospatial approach. Congratulations. From
Okay, so this is our last announcement. So yeah, thank you very much for your hard work and enthusiasm. Hopefully we always in good health, and thank you again, and hopefully see you next year, yeah, Pak Oni, yeah.
Yes.
You
see you next year.
Where you plan to get to perform the AGERS? In Singapore, on Philippines, on...
We don't know yet, but probably in Java Island.
Probably in Purwokerto.
Purwokerto. Okay, that's good.
Okay, let's we discuss. Probably in Java.
So this picture is taken yesterday during the opening session. Okay, so thank you very much.
Kita harus ini nih.
So, is there any question or last word from everybody that want to give comments or something? Or Bu Marina want to say something?
Thank you.
Congratulations for presenting and finishing.
Or maybe who wants the award maybe can open the camera and the committee can spotlight, and so we can take picture. Akas Des, Aldela Talia, Marina, and the first one is
Eddie.
Eddie.
Yeah.
Eddie.
Eddie is Bu Marina. Yeah.
Eddie.
The presenter is
Eddie.
Yeah. So just or group picture.
Yeah.
Last group picture aja.
Yeah, everyone open their camera.
Open her camera, group picture. Open your camera and we will take a picture.
Sini dikit nggak kelihatan.
Yep.
Nah,
Yep.
majuan.
Bagusan majuan mukanya. Yes. Take a picture. One more. Okay, thank you and have a nice day. See you in AGERS 2025.
Amin.
Thank you.
Terima kasih Pak Oni, terima kasih Pak Agustan, terima kasih
Terima
seluruh
kasih.
panitia AGERS.
Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Bapak Ibu.
The original certificate in PDF file will be sent by Pak Robi or Pak Iqbal, or maybe through your EDAS system. Just stay tuned to your EDAS system. Okay, thank you very much. Terima kasih Pak Arifin.
Terima kasih Pak Agustan, Pak Oni,
Ya, terima kasih. Terima kasih Pak
Ibu Marina,
Arifin.
Ibu Marina.
Terima kasih Pak Arifin.
Terima kasih
Sama-sama.
Pak Robi, Pak Agnes
Oh
for
iya,
it. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Bos
habis
Iqbal.
ini mau saya laporkan ke itu apa WeTools.
Ya, ya, siap.
Mohon
Siap, Pak
izin
Arifin.
untuk saya
Siap.
laporin. Nanti kalau
Ya,
ada
silakan,
kurang-kurangnya
monggo.
informasi saya minta ya.
Ya, siap. Pak Wahyu Diarti juga ada kalau nggak salah. Nggak ada
Oh
ya,
iya.
nggak ada di. Siap, terima kasih.
Oke, izin.
Sukses ya.
Thank you.
Luar
Thank you
biasa
for
ini.
participating.
Ke Manado kemana aja?
Belum.
Mana Pak?
Belum kemana-mana Pak.
We are still at the conference.
Oh iya.
Di-
Makanan yang enak situ tuh. Yang ikan mentah itu loh.
Siap. Apa namanya? Oci, Raja Oci apa gitu.
Raja Oci.
Mm-mm.
Itu ya.
Yang penting suaranya dimatiin, Pak.
Oke.